Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And little Jackie Papers is not on the ones and twos today because, Doug, I don't know if you've noticed, but we are live at Bellerive Country Club. And I believe we are here because the membership would like to recruit us.
Yeah, well, they've got me. I'm going to need a little bit of a loan maybe before the day's out. But, man, this place is beautiful. You take a look at that course today. It is in unbelievable shape.
And you've set your over-under today for our round following the BMW Media Day at 69.5.
I'm probably just going to play 9 holes, so that seems about right. Yeah.
And them having, I'll just say you guys, but media types playing on the course, I just kind of envision Caddyshack's like the pool when everybody just here they come. And if I'm membership today, I just look away. I don't want to see you types on my course.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Media folk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The great unwashed.
Yeah. Oh, when is that? I think I'll go to the house in Florida for a day. I just don't want to see it.
I don't want to see what they do to our course. We've got a big Polos Plus dossier here, kind of a surprise guest, but it's booked, but not a surprise, but still surprising. If you would have said on Friday, this person's going to join us, it would have been quite a shock.
Mm-hmm.
Martin, tell the people what's coming up at 8:45 on the Polos Plus dossier as we broadcast from Bellerive Country Club.
John Mozeliak,
What?
president of baseball operations, consultant for the Los Angeles Angels. Didn't see this coming anywhere on anyone's radar. I know he'd been playing a lot of golf himself and announced over the weekend. I think it was Friday afternoon. I was like, wow, that's interesting. He's taking a job with the Angels. He's an interim GM. They fired their general manager. The most interesting thing I heard over the weekend is he said he had not talked to the owner, Artie Moreno. So the woman president, the female president, Molly Jolly. Now, I know that sounds like a text inbox name. That is the woman's name. She is the president of the Angels, and she made the move to hire Mozeliak as a consultant. He's under contract for the rest of the year. I'm fascinated by this. For him to want to get back into the game, and is there a chance he stays on in that role? So John Mozeliak at 8:45. I did put this on the old Twitter X tweets last night, and a couple of people said, well, why would I want to listen to that? And I would say, well, there's a simple answer to that. You don't have to. Now, are there, Jackson, do you know, are there some listeners that we have locked away somewhere and they are being held captive?
I can understand.
And they have to listen.
Right. I can understand why you would think that based on some of the correspondence that comes into the program.
Like they're blink twice.
Yeah, but by my estimation, no, we do not hold anyone captive to listen.
So now that's why we have the polosplus.com dossier.
Yeah.
You can cycle on, cycle off as much as you like. I, for one, am fascinated by this move that he would want to do it.
Does it make you think perhaps he wasn't really ready to retire here? And that maybe they forced his hand?
I think that's a fair question. I don't think they forced his hand. He just knew it was kind of time to go. But I think, much like what La Russa was, how long was he out of the game before he took that Diamondbacks job to be a
Dick Vermeil,
senior?
same thing.
Yeah, I think they all kind of miss it. I suspect this will be just a 6-month gig, but who knows? But I am fascinated by the whole thing and how it played out. And
wouldn't be the worst place in the world to go live if you're looking for a second opportunity.
Living in that Orange County area.
Oh, yeah.
La Russa took the job in 2014, Martin.
Okay, because he was like a consultant to the commissioner or something for a year or two, I believe. So I think they all miss it, Doug.
I'm sure they do. If this is what they've done most of their, if not all of their adult life, that's their identity. It's who they are. It's what gets them up in the morning, what drives them, and to leave that, especially when you're a relatively young man, it's probably tough. It's like the guy who retires a year too early from work and doesn't know what to do with himself.
So you still show up at the 4 o'clock every day and say, let me just do the 5 o'clock sports.
No, I don't even want to do the sports. I'm just there to kind of pal around and
you're just in the lobby.
Yeah.
Glad handing him.
Yeah.
Great sportscast, Steve.
Yeah.
I see more shades of Ken Strode, out of the game for a year and then needs to get back into
So
it.
for Mosaic, this is after the Cardinals. After.
Guys, do you think Mozeliak is a big Anthony Rendon fan? That's from the Amateur Proctologist. Wonderful contract. The Angels have had a number of those. You can express your disagreement, dislike the topics, the people talking about the topics in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. 314-399-9646. You can watch the setup and kind of a peek behind the curtains of what Jackson's everyday life is, which is hanging out at Bellerive on the YouTube chat with Michelob Ultra sponsoring that. You can go to youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, now we have 7,010 subscribers to the TMASTL YouTube channel. When is your next benchmark to hit another
8,000? I get
8,000
chunks of silver. Chunks of silver at 8,000 to go with the gold bully I'm trying to diversify.
I am telling you.
I got to redo my contract.
Yeah, Doug had a great agent.
He's getting bullions, and then if you read the fine print, it eventually leads to chunks of silver.
That's correct, at 8,000. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel, and you can watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners. That's the TMASTL YouTube channel. And, of course, you're always welcome to call in. Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos back at the Hubbard Studios. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines here on The Morning After as we broadcast live from Bellerive Country Club in advance of the BMW Media Day, the tournament coming up here in mid-August, and it will be a gym dandy. But Doug Vaughn has a responsibility every Monday morning, a responsibility that most of us candidly can't comprehend, and that is to determine the Lifetime Roofing lead. Lifetime Roofing is online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. And Dustin McClendon is the owner, and he said, we want Doug to set the chartered course for this program every day. Doug, you've got the Blues draft.
Yeah.
You've got the Cardinals and the Marlins. You've got Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland going out for one hole this morning at 8 o'clock to determine the Travelers. You've got Sophie Cunningham pointing.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So that's going to be the Lifetime Roofing.
I kind of like it. I'm doing it myself. So is Jackson.
So you got to use a little down.
That's a really nice gesture.
Notice the wrist angle.
You have to also have the face of very I'm watching you.
Doug, this is your moment. This is your time.
Well, it's definitely a toss-up, and you could throw in setting the stage for the BMW Classic, too, since that's where we're here. But we'll talk about that later today as some of the guys get around. So I would say it's the Cardinals. I would say when in doubt, it's the Cardinals.
Wow, the Blues fans are coming for you today. Have fun.
The
They're not going to come for you today, Papers.
Not
they
today.
Turn their attention to Douglas Elvin Vaughn.
The Blues happened Friday.
And
Cardinals.
I guess you missed the Carlo trade.
No, I didn't miss it. I was confused by it, sure, but I didn't miss it. Speaking of that, what's the deal with a 29-year-old defenseman with major concussion issues? Does that fit into what they've done the rest of this?
But Doug calling out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right shoulder badge removed.
Yeah.
Didn't you look at that and say, what's up with that? 2 first-rounders for a veteran who's going to be pretty much older than most of the team. I thought they were rebuilding, and this guy's had 6 or 7 concussions. It's knocked him out of action.
third rounders for Carlo. But
Jackson, were you surprised by the Carlo trade?
you didn't see that coming.
Flabbergasted.
There you go. So Doug
I
Jackson.
just thought they were trying to get younger, but I guess not. But no, when in doubt, in this town, it's the Cardinals. That's what the largest number of people are interested in, I believe.
All right. Doug Vaughn has selected the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals, who get the win yesterday, halting the 4-game losing streak as the Marlins came in and they got good pitching.
We got good pitching. They got good pitching. We got defense. They got good defense. We got good monitor. They got a good monitor. There's your wrap up of the series. What the Cardinals don't have is good offense.
They scored a total of 3 runs in the series.
And got the one win, thank goodness. You don't usually win any when you score 3 runs over an entire weekend.
But you've always said other people are also receiving a scholarship.
Hell, they's on scholarship too.
And Max Meyer can deal.
Yeah.
Now that's legit. The Saturday night affair was a little surprising. Was that Ryan Gusto out there going off?
I believe that's who it was.
And then the Cardinals' source of offense yesterday was also surprising.
Brian Torres.
Yeah, who hadn't really been playing much, but Brian Torres, 2-run home run in the second inning, wound up being the only offense they had. But because the Cardinals got great pitching, they were able to make that hold up as Kyle Leahy, who threw 27 pitches in the first inning. You're going, oh boy, on a day like today in those conditions, with the Cardinals stretched as it is, this could be problematic. But to his credit, he gets through 5 innings. And doing so, the Cardinals were able to bridge that to the bullpen, to O'Brien, to get the win. And while it is, of course, a rebuilding year, and it is, of course, a spot where you're still in June, I would tell you if they would have lost that game, sitting on that going into this Braves, Cubs, Brewers run that they have leading into the All-Star break, finishing it off with the Braves, that it could have been significantly detrimental to playoff hopes, even though mathematically they still would have been a half game and a half, whatever it is, out of a playoff spot. So that start by Leahy, and as it turns out, the home run by Torres and the bullpen keeping that thing in check was of real significance.
Leahy's been pretty good throughout the month of June, particularly the last 2 starts were just dynamite. So maybe he's found something that wasn't working as well earlier in the year, because he's really been a dominant pitcher his last 2 times out.
One earned run in the last 11 1/3.
It did feel like on this homestand, though, maybe you were starting to adjust your expectations a little bit. Maybe I'm the only one, and I was getting excited a little ahead of the game, and you're like, okay, they're a little short here. They're a little short there. It is this transition year. But if you look at the standings, I think you can still kind of hang around in that wild card. Teams like the Diamondbacks, the Marlins, teams that you just faced on this homestand are in the mix. However, I think you're seeing like a Cubs team maybe separate a little bit. All of a sudden, that talent's starting to play. The Phillies are actually on the heels now of the Braves in the National League East. So we like to do that math, Doug, because you can decide on June 29th who the playoff teams are.
Well,
Phillies, Braves, do you think those two are going to be in there in October? Kind of feels that way, does it not?
Yes.
Okay, Brewers, can I say on the Cubs locking in, or are they going to lose 10 in a row once again?
No, I think the Cubs.
Okay,
are
Cubs and
the
Brewers.
second best,
Okay, and then Dodgers feel like they might be a playoff team this year.
So you're saying there's one spot
I'm
left.
starting to say the math's getting a little tighter.
Okay.
So enjoy the rebuilding year. Hopefully they can continue to surprise, but maybe all along this team is going to be a little short.
And of those other teams fighting for the 3rd wild card spot,
Padres are
who
the
would you worry
surprise,
about?
right?
Padres,
Well, I mean,
Marlins, Washington.
That's just it. It's not, other than the Padres, not the most robust group.
No.
For the record, the odds of the Cardinals to make the playoffs, that is what we have been monitoring. And we were told, I think, by Jugs in D.C., that was a sure thing, and we need to bet it. Number 1, Cardinals to win the World Series. Doug, if you want to put $100 on that.
Okay.
When they win the World Series sometime in mid-November, you will receive $17,500.
I'll take that.
So if you're interested in that, for the record, do you want to take a guess? I'm not going to put you on the spot as to who the favorite is to win the World Series.
How about the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you look at this earlier?
I did. Yeah.
Plus 175.
175.
The Cardinals over/under on win total now. We will turn to Doug Vaughn to set that number. What do you think that number is?
They've got 43 wins now.
Exactly halfway through the season.
Yeah. So 86 would be if they have the same second half. I'll say the over-under is about 83 and a half.
Martin Kilcoy.
82 and a half.
Jackson Bennett Burkett.
79 and a half.
Wow.
Jackson Bennett Burkett has just won the Showcase Showdown, and he gets both Showcase Showdowns because you were within one.
Nice.
80 and a half is the number for the Cardinals, so they are not necessarily setting them as a team that is above 500, and therefore they are not expected to make the playoffs.
But when the season started, it was at 69 and a half. Is that right?
68 and a half was the number the TMA Avenue Capital Partners got.
Okay.
Yeah. So they've been considerably better than people expect.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
But still not quite a playoff type.
We are literally at the halfway point, 81 games in, 43 and 38.
And just when we started to feel really good about the lineup, the bats fell apart.
But again, the Marlins are also on a scholarship.
Right.
Well, they are. With
We
all
s-
of them are.
We saw them putting in work in February.
We did.
So
that barbecue.
shouldn't
On the-
surprise me
on-
that the Cardinals scored 3 runs
Yeah.
based on the barbecue they were having
That's correct.
during spring training.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And they did play each other 32 times during spring training. So we had a chance to see this going.
They would be bringing buckets, what you thought would be baseballs, but it was simply just more propane tanks for the barbecues.
That's true. Okay.
So
All
now
right.
do you feel better about it?
Feel a little bit better about it.
J.J. Weatherholt, for the record, still the favorite to be the National League Rookie of the Year, minus 155. If you like Jordan Walker to be the MVP, plus 7,000.
Yeah, that's
Shohei is minus 2,500.
That market's cool to touch.
It's going to be hard to win the National League MVP for several years now.
Yeah.
No matter what kind of season you put together, you're going to also have to be the ace of the pitching staff on the best team in baseball.
Right.
This morning in the Post-Dispatch, a column on the Cardinals and what to do about the offense, written by Benjamin Hockman, and he notes since May 25th, Jordan Walker has 32 hits and 118 at-bats. That's a batting average of 271, but only 5 were doubles and 3 were home runs, so his slugging percentage is .390 in that stretch, and he has 32 strikeouts and just 4 walks. And he had a critical strikeout in the Saturday loss to the Marlins with bases loaded in the 3rd inning. Hockman says he talked with Ali Marmol about Walker's recent decrease in slugging, which has corresponded with the Cardinals tailing off here. He says that's probably the key, right? What I do like is he's finding a way to downshift and still get hits even when he's not feeling well. But at the end of the day, when the top 4 of our lineup and that middle slugs, we're in a good spot. So there's certain things that he's working on. A lot of it has to do with the same initial move that we talked about all year with his gather. Doug, do you like that term, with his
No,
gather?
I don't care for it.
Getting into his legs and how he does it, the timing of it, and not being rushed in order to allow him to make better swing decisions. And that will be the key for exactly that. When you talk about swinging at more strikes and not chasing slugging, it goes hand in hand. So Walker got the day off yesterday, and so with the Cardinals having a day off, he will have a couple of days to get some rest because he's played in 79 of the first 81 games. With regard to Baez, that is where Benjamin Hockman goes into it. Now, he didn't have a big weekend this weekend. Nolan Gorman responsible for the only offense in Memphis yesterday with a home run. 26 home runs for Baez, but 98 strikeouts in 71 games and only 22 walks. Hockman says, I asked Chaim Bloom, Cardinal president of baseball operations, what specific aspects is Baez working on to be ready for a call-up. Quote, the adjustments Josh has made going into 2025 allowed him to control the strike zone better and make more contact, which unlocked the rest of his game. And earlier this year in AAA, we saw both those things backslide, even though he was still getting to his power occasionally. He's training differently now and headed in the right direction in those areas, and we're hoping to see continued progress as the summer goes on. And Hockman writes, and yes, it's easy for fans and media to see the big home run total and be enamored, but the Cardinal decision to bring up Baez will be based on more than just home runs. Bloom says, yes, for sure. Big league pitchers are the best in the world at exploiting weaknesses. There's always an adjustment period regardless, but it's on us to help our players build the right foundation for success at the highest level. He's got the ceiling of an impact player and not just a one-dimensional guy, and we want to make sure he is prepared to do that. So it does not sound like they are on the verge of considering a Baez call-up to inject offense.
No. With all those strikeouts he's piling up at AAA, you got to figure that's going to come at an even higher rate in the major league. So I guess they got to cut that down before he has a shot, unless someone were to get hurt or something, and then he might get a call a little earlier than what they had originally planned.
I think they have to, and the way they do it is he ready? Not do we need him up here? Even if there's a glaring need here, I think they would still say we're not going to do it until he's ready.
Yeah,
and by their determination.
Jugs in D.C. is not discouraged, Martin. He says, hop on, boys, plus 340 to make the playoffs. It's free money. So Jugs in D.C.
Free money.
3.5 to 1 on your money, Doug, from Jugs in D.C.
For the Cardinals or for his Nationals?
I don't believe he is a Nationals guy for the Cardinals.
Okay.
Through this point last season, 44-37. One game
so
better.
We're a game behind.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
One game better.
So bring back.
Hey, we're
Mo.
better than Chicago.
See?
End of April, Cardinals were 5 games over. end of May, Cardinals were 5 games over, sitting at 5 games. They've been kind of the same team for about 2 months, which is not terrible.
Yeah.
Treading water.
You'd take that over the course of the season based on what we thought we were going to see.
Yeah, and I think that Sunday game, Leahy, again, getting through that 5th, got a runner on there, like, because you don't want to take him out. Get him through 5, Doug. That was big out there in the 5th. He does give you, and when you talk to him, he's really mild-mannered. Was he on this show? Was he on this show?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Where he told the story how he was overlooked. He kind of has an edge when you ask him about his path to the major leagues, overlooked at the college level, overlooked at the big league level. So he has kind of this, I wouldn't say chip on his shoulder, but when you talk to him, he's the most mild-mannered, low-key guy, but I think he does have a little bit of that edge, and I have to give him credit. I was ready. I was about to put him in the bullpen, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still ready to put Liberatore in the bullpen.
Yeah.
I think I'm alone in terms of us versus the Cardinals. Our lab has different projections. The Martin Doug lab has him going to the bullpen.
Yeah.
The
more
Cardinal
of a feel
lab
lab.
does
It's
not.
a feel lab kind of thing.
Guys, odds they are below 500 heading into the All-Star break.
That'd
That's
be a
from
pretty,
just don't press push.
that'd be a pretty big nosedive, even though you're playing quality opponents. We got Braves for 3, although they're trending down a little bit.
Yeah, they have fallen off.
At Wrigley for the weekend, 4th of July weekend, Cards, Cubs. How about that?
I'm going to go to one of those games.
Are you?
Oh, you're going to
Chicago?
Chi-Town stand up?
Oh, yeah. Well,
It's
we're
your
going
town.
to Lake Geneva in Wisconsin, and the Cardinals play the Cubs that weekend, so we're going to drive, make a little
Nice.
side trip there.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, it should be fun. I haven't been to
Nice.
Wrigley in a lot of years.
God bless. Outstanding.
You going to bring tarps off energy to Wrigley?
I'll probably go naked.
Yeah, right.
I'll be right back.
Day
Doug, you're
game
so aggressive.
Friday, day game Sunday,
Uh-huh.
Saturday night on the 4th on Fox.
Uh,
We interrupt our soccer coverage to bring you some Major League Baseball.
Evil Calvin is furious. They are not rebuilding. Doug, he has sent that 3 times.
Why would you say that?
Most of these players have been here for years. Quit pushing that narrative.
Mm.
That's Evil Calvin.
By years,
Okay.
he means upwards of 2, maybe 3.
Yeah.
You want to meet Evil Calvin out front in Bellerive and start scrapping? I
No.
think they'd like that if we came out here and started fighting.
Yeah. Hey,
Take your
the
time,
morning
Otis.
show you guys brought in here is fighting.
Listeners,
Maybe listeners. I don't know who they're fighting, but they're fighting someone in the front, atrium. If you
What
could-
I would prefer is a live feed. I don't know if Doty and Jimmy here, if we could have a live feed of the entrance to Bellerive, and if we could have a woman on a headset with a clipboard.
Mm.
Hi there, sir. What outlet are you with? Yeah, I'm Uncle Billy's broken toaster. Here to see the guys. I would like to.
I'm here to fight the guys.
Sir, can I help you? Yeah, I'm Evil Calvin.
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
reading my text earlier.
yeah. They said the Cardinals are rebuilding, and I got to beat some ass for it.
you can email in your frustration the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Let me tell you something, brother. If you run into an air conditioning problem this week,
Oh boy.
woo, cats and dogs, go to designairservice.com. That's all you got to do. Because, Doug, I've got 94 as a high tomorrow. I got 96 as a high on Tuesday.
That's fun.
Or today, I should say 94. Tomorrow, 96. Wednesday, 97. Thursday, 95. Friday, 94. 4th of July, 93. And Sunday, 92. Next Monday, 90. Next Tuesday, 89. Next Wednesday, 91. Pack a lunch and go to designairservice.com and work with the great Seth Goldcamp and his team, who I worked with just last week. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. We recommend you become a client as well, especially this week at Design Air Heating and Cooling. All you need to do is go online at designairservice.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day, and also the longest running sponsor on the morning after, going back more than a decade. Any air conditioning problems this week, go to designairservice.com. Any HVAC problems anytime, go to designairservice.com. So McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, loved that Rascal Puff. The Stiefel Studios on the road today as we broadcast live from Bellerive Country Club for the BMW Championship Media Day. Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos. Back at the studio, Jim Hewer and Doty here on remote with us on the engineering. Watch the program on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And, of course, you can live stream it on the TMA app and on 101 ESPN. This is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
101ESPN.com or on your
Everything but
101 app,
FanDuel.
powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you with the Stiefel Studios on the road today from Bellerive for the BMW Championship Media Day. And on our Polos Plus dossier, John Bazalek will be joining us coming up at 8:45. And what is his official title?
I think it's president of baseball operations consultant
I thought it was interim GM.
and interim GM.
Both.
They all have to have that slash, which
Interim?
never fits on the TV chyron, which I really
Yeah.
Doug Armstrong. I need him to lose one of these titles because we just cannot fit that on the TV screen. But I believe interim GM.
We will also be joined, as we always are, at around 8:15 on Mondays for the 101 ESPN interview with Chris Kerber. I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say about the weekend that was for the St. Louis Blues. Doug, in the first segment where you set the lifetime roofing lead as the Cardinals, which really irritated Jackson in particular, but a number of Blues fans, they were mad for we held rights by you leading with the Blues because we didn't attack the Blues for Friday night in particular, as one of the texters, and I can't find it now, saying the Blues blowing it on Friday night with all of that draft capital.
What did they blow exactly?
Clip that off.
Oh, they don't like the players the Blues drafted.
I think
All of our listeners know exactly what these guys bring and what they've done in the past.
I think the consensus was, so you had 4 picks. You obviously had room to maneuver. That's what fans were sort of excited about. They took 2 of the 4 and turned it into Mason McTavish. I think there's a general theory that they overpaid. They may have felt like, well, we had capital to burn, but they gave up 2 first-round picks. He comes from the Ducks. Apparently didn't get along with Joel Quenneville out there, but one of the Blues' new assistant coaches, his last name is Cronin, Doug, but they'll refer to him now as Crow. So when they talk about, well, Crow says, so you have to name like that, you got to abbreviate Cronin.
Yeah.
But he liked him. So they bring in McTavish, but they gave up 2 first-round picks. So I think one of the complaints was that's how you use your draft capital, was to get that kid who was a former first-round pick.
Third overall.
So they feel like change of scenery, that sort of deal. And you didn't want to I think the real disappointment would have been if you drafted 4 first-rounders. As exciting as that sounds, that does nothing for you for 3 or 4 years.
Right, because they're very young.
Right. Well, I mean, the top pick was 17, Ty Lawrence. The next kid they took in the first round was 18. So had you used all 4 on picks, that to me is what the outrage would have been. So I think they knew they had to use some of those as a way to get current NHL talent, which they did. I just don't think everybody loved what they gave up.
Doug Armstrong talked about it on Friday night, specifically regarding McTavish. Chairman Kurt is back at the Hubbard Studios. Chairman, if you could, Doug Armstrong on the trade for McTavish.
Taking care of the center of the ice has been important for this organization now moving forward. We're able to do that today with draft picks and acquiring McTavish. It's an exciting time. We've talked quite a bit about wanting to build around, at the young age, maybe Snuggerud, and at the, Robbie Thomas, that age group. And we're going to have veterans above that. But there's a core group of guys that we would like to build around. And we've added a couple of players into that group. So it's an exciting time with the draft and these players coming in.
Does it make you feel better, Doug?
Yeah, I understood it. If you take all those first-round draft picks, then guys like Robert Thomas and Colton Parayko, they may be gone by the time these guys ever get around to being NHL ready. So we don't know what McTavish is going to bring here that he didn't necessarily have in Anaheim, but hopefully it's enough to be a second-line center, maybe.
Long-time TMA participant, low so many years ago. Doug, now he's made the mistake to get out of broadcasting and operate a business. Yeah, I know. I've pulled him aside and said, you ought to get back into it. The Nonling says there's not much to complain about with the moves. McTavish fills a need at center as is. is more than likely closer to the player he was tracking toward 2 and 3 seasons ago than he was last year. He is in the right age group, and of the guys either picked with the picks they gave to Anaheim or in that range, you really cannot argue that they passed on a can't-miss prospect to trade for McTavish. That's his analysis of McTavish.
Just give up a 15 and a 29 overall.
Right. I'd prefer the young veteran to the late first-round draft picks. At least you know this guy can play in the league. When you draft somebody, even first-rounders, you're not really sure that they're going to make it at all. Most of them do, and first half of the first round, nearly all of them do. But it's no guarantee beyond that these players are going to be productive NHL guys.
McTavish has the potential to be a game changer, and they traded a first and basically a second. I think it was a win. That's from the 314.
All right.
When you look at what they got for Falk, Stern, and Kyrou, you have to love it. The Blues also have over $15 million in cap space. They ain't done. That's from Steven time of the Brothers Time. There's Ed, there's Steven. This one was
All
Steven.
Right. And by saying they ain't done, he's saying he really means business with this take.
I kind of agree with you on that.
Okay.
And tomorrow, Alexander Steen officially takes over for Doug Armstrong. The handing of the baton will be tomorrow, Doug.
Huh. Okay.
Guys, I don't think the Blues are done making moves yet. This reminds me of the summer before the 2019 season when they got Bozak and everyone was pissed. And then from out of nowhere, they grabbed O'Reilly, and the rest was history. That's from Tim's offshore bookie.
Okay.
And they added Perron, and people kind of rolled their eyes, and that turned out to be a great move to bring him back.
I wouldn't think they're done in June either. Whether they can make a splashy move like that, I don't know. But I would think they would aggressively continue to try to improve the team. Sure.
This fan base is supposed to be smart. Why can't they realize that the players they want are players that don't want to come here? The Blues can't force a player to come here, and they can't force other needs to trade. I guess not getting the Oilers to give us McDavid for 4 draft picks means the Blues are stupid now. That's from incoherent voice text.
I didn't like his tone, Tim.
But he's not
Is he about to go into the appliances kind of
tone. It was a tone.
Doug, he's not mad at us. He's mad at said fan.
Okay.
Angry Blues fan.
Well, don't take a shot at our fans.
Who are you mad at, Doug?
I'm not really mad at anybody right at the moment.
Nice.
That can change on a moment's notice. But right now, no, I'm not ticked off.
Nice text, jackass.
Nah,
Jugs in
that's
D.C.,
better.
so he didn't like.
Now we're better.
Doug, you're kind of on a family heater. You're playing golf at Bellerive. You're going to Lake Geneva. You're going to you're Ferris Bueller. Just living your best life. What do you have to be mad about?
I'm not mad.
Oh.
I'm not.
The texters are mad.
Texters are mad.
And
But this will upset some texters. But what a development here. I just got a text from Chairman Kurt. Doug, we hadn't heard from him in a long time. Pestis from Festus on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Joins us right now on 101 ESPN. Pestis, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
We're wonderful. We were concerned about you without hearing from you for a long time.
Well, I've had about 3 knee surgeries, and I'm going through some difficult times right now, but I just called to make sure everybody's okay, and I need some help from your listeners.
What do you need?
Okay. I got a landlord, which is totally crazy. I've been in my apartment for 8 years now, and my landlord's putting me out. I've got until the end of the month to move, or until the end of July to move. And I'm wondering if any of your listeners out there have any single dwelling homes that they can rent.
Huh.
So
And if they
what's
do,
the
I would love it.
Pestis, is your lease up?
My lease is up now, but I've asked him to do a few things. I've been in this place for 8 years.
Right.
And I've asked him to do a few things. He's told me, I'm not going to do anything. I want you out of here by the 31st of July. And I'm stuck in a situation where it's hard. And me and my wife are going through some problems trying to find a place.
So you're looking for some new place to rent down there in that Festus Crystal City area?
No,
No.
no.
Where?
I want something out in the O'Fallon area out there. and I'd like it to be between $1,100 and $1,200 a month. I would prefer a single dwelling home on one level.
All right.
Okay.
This is at your service. And you said in O'Fallon, you kind of slurred it. Did you say you want to live in O'Fallon, Illinois?
No, O'Fallon, Missouri.
O'Fallon,
Okay.
Missouri. Okay. I just want to
All
be
right.
clear. Okay. So we have a lot of listeners that may own some property. So if you're in the O'Fallon, Missouri, I don't know what we can get you for $1,100-1,200 in O'Fallon, Missouri, but we're going to workshop it with our
Yeah.
audience.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Send me stuff.
Okay.
All right. So the word's out
And-
anyway. The word's out.
And I'll be more than happy to give my telephone number right now.
Well,
so
maybe
they
not
can
over the
text
air.
Maybe
me.
we'll have Chairman Kurt get your number when we're done with this call. I was trying to define the call, but we'll just, when this call is over, Chairman Kurt will take your phone number, and then when people call him to say they've got a place for you, then you guys can connect.
Okay, that's fine.
Did you say you had 3 knee surgeries? Did you have multiple on one knee? Because I have one, two. You have 2 knees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's multiple on one knee.
Okay. We were worried
we're
about you, and you were always
trying
the biggest Cardinal fan, and here they were overachieving, and you went dark.
Well, you have to understand my situation. I wasn't able to call while I was in the doctor's in the hospital and everything.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
And with everything that's going on, I don't want to lose touch with you guys. I love you guys.
Oh, that's nice.
Love
to
you
hear.
too, pal.
All right.
And I know it seems like I'm using you. I'm not trying to, but me and my wife have to find a place.
Well, all right.
And
Are
I
you
know
using other
how
methods
guys
besides
get-
just this radio station
Great
to try to find a place?
Oh, I'm trying every place in the world
Okay.
to try to find places.
All right. All right.
And why leave Festus though after all these years? Because you are Festus, you're Pestus from Festus.
My wife's family is out in O'Fallon,
Got it.
Okay.
and we want to be close to her family.
That makes sense.
I don't have any family down in this area.
All right.
Well, Pestis, what we will ask the listeners to do is if they can help out, call 314-974-0101. Now, Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos back there while we are on remote today. And then you give your number off air to Chairman Kurt. And then if there is an opportunity, we will connect you with the listener who might have the solution for you. All right.
I would appreciate everything you can do for me, gentlemen.
Thank you, Pestis. We'll be thinking about you, man.
All right.
That's
I miss you
Pestis
guys.
from Festus here. So if you have what could be a solution for Pestis for he and his wife, call 314-974-0101. That's 314-974-0101. And maybe people have a property.
This goes in on the FCC log as community service. Look
right.
at this.
Ooh, a little bit
Help
of real
your
estate.
neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're regular. You're a regular Bob Hardy over there, Doug. I thought he was calling in to talk some Cardinals.
How
How
about
about
this?
this?
Sharon in Clayton says, I thought she said, I know of a place. She said, if I knew of a place, I would gladly offer to Pestis prayers for him. Doug, that's Sharon in
Mhm.
Clayton. I thought she wrote, I know of a place, and I thought we had a solution with Sharon in Clayton. But she said, if I knew.
Yeah.
Does kind of break your. He sounded like a broken man. So if somebody has a fit there, by all means, TMA. We are radio that connects. This show,
There you
Doug.
go.
That's what we try to do.
All right.
I thought he was going to have a
card.
Cardinal take.
A lot of Iggy suggestions
Yeah.
in this
let's
Air
figure
Comfort Service text inbox. As a matter of fact, I would say 80% of the suggestions involve Pestis moving in with Iggy. And Doug,
Oh,
that's
okay.
a bird sanctuary that he has.
Yeah.
You say it's
It
a
seems
prison
like-
cell.
Well, it looks like a prison cell to me, and there's one screen that's wide open, so birds are being able to get in there and
Yeah.
root around a little bit in his holding cell.
Yeah.
But he
It's an
enjoys.
aviary.
He enjoys the company.
Ruin
What-
me.
And is Iggs getting today off?
He
that-
is.
Yeah. He's out
And
there.
Jackson
He's
is going
earned
to
it.
take some heat for no after the morning after today.
It is
I
what it
mean, he is going to take some heat for it.
He could take today to fix the screen.
is. Do you
I
think
told
he
him how to
will?
do it. I told him it'd take you 10, 15 minutes. He says, I don't have that kind
Do,
of time.
do you think he will fix this?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely.
He could
not.
chop it up with Ralph Macchio.
Yeah.
Down on the hill.
Sure can.
742 in St. Louis. Cardinals and Blues conversation here for the first 42 minutes of the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. You are always welcome to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox, by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101, and by emailing in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. You can always watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to it. More than 7,000 subscribers and 192 friends are in there right now, talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. But breaking news, it is now the Form Energy YouTube chat for starting in the month of July. Doug, you might say, well, it's still June, but broadcast month-wise, it's July.
Is
Yeah,
it really?
These are little things that you learn along the way.
That's odd.
Form Energy, sponsor of the YouTube chat. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. You can talk it over in there with other TMA listeners. The Stiefel Studios on the road today at Bellerive for the BMW Classic Media Day. Doug, could you tell us about Stiefel?
Well, sure I can, Tim. Stiefel probably works with a number of people out here at Bellerive. They do fantastic work, and it's true. Good things come to those who wait. At Stiefel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years now, Stiefel has been helping individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stiefel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. They do customized wealth management, investment banking, traditional banking. Stiefel delivers it all, fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning your wealth. This long-term mindset is why Stiefel proudly supports long-running programs like TMA. Success is all about timing, knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, and advising. Stiefel, where success meet success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
There it is. Stiefel Studios on the road at Bellerive. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is the morning after.
Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's Brown and Crouppen, local and supporting the St. Louis community. And they've been the presenting sponsor of this show now for more than 3 years. If you are in need of an attorney, don't you want somebody who is local, who knows the local legal environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen, founded in St. Louis in 1979. 314-222-2222, or go online at getbc.com. They don't get paid unless you get paid. It's Brown and Crouppen, getbc.com. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the road today, the Stiefel Studios at Bellerive Country Club for the BMW Championship Media Day, and we will be joined by representatives from the BMW coming up. Also on the Polos Plus dossier, fresh off of the Blues big weekend, Chris Kerber at 8:15, and John Mozeliak now with the Angels in an interim position, running things for the Angels. He is going to be with us at 8:45. First time he has been on the show since his, was that a farewell address, Martin, when he came by the studio in last September? I think that's
kind of an exit interview.
Yeah,
we did that for the public. Somebody had just tweeted a week or two ago, I think somebody that listens to TMA, and said, how about, and they had suggested getting Mozeliak on, just his take on the current state. I thought about at some point here just grabbing him for like podcasts and just kind of deep dive. What are you doing now? Do you miss the day-to-day? And all of that is out the window now that he's back, at least somewhat, in the game of baseball. I'm fascinated. Do the DeWitts have to, I mean, he's a free agent. Do the DeWitts sign off on it? Do the Angels ask permission? Maybe not. I guess at this point you do whatever you want.
So he will be with us coming up at 8:45 on the Polos Plus dossier, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today will come your way at about 9:45. And Jackson has been apologizing profusely for the last few days that there will be no after the morning after. Jackson, but it's a best of, and you said it's one of your favorite best ofs you've ever constructed in your 6-year career on this show.
Well, it's certainly no live after the morning after today, but there is what I would call a quality best of.
How about that, Doug? It's called a quality best of.
Some of the
That's the marketing department getting together for that.
That's right.
Has there been enough
some best ofs
broadcasting?
are not quality.
Yes.
Back it up a bit. Don't really care.
You may recall the Christmas and New Year's around in 2025 for this show. We took off there, and there was a lot of best of work. And I wouldn't say all of it was, some of the strongest work I've done.
No, I wouldn't say
but
that.
the quantity of best of was grand. So I had to, just get, sometimes you got to get her done.
So you had your car running, it was cold out, it's warming up, and you're like, maybe Sinbad again? Yeah, that's kind of how
when
you
in doubt,
back to back.
That's kind of how you workshop it.
I could chew 45 minutes out of this.
Did we?
So this best of, however, which will be available to podcast as normal. You can hear it on 105.7 HD2. That's I enjoyed listening to it as I was making it.
Did we do drops the week Friday? Did I leave
Sure.
with Soup on? Was
VIP
he? When did he?
accessories.
Did I stay till the end on Friday? I can't remember anything.
You stayed pretty late into the.
Because Soup was on, and that was an hour and a half of Jeff
Matthew
Suppan.
Kachuk from 8 to 7 to 7:30. Tom Stillman was with us in the morning of the draft, and
We were like a real show on Friday.
yeah, that was uncomfortable with that.
We need to quit that.
Management called us in. Yeah, we were looking at the show today. That almost seemed like a sports show.
Yeah.
That's not what we were promised.
No. Suppan was with us for an hour and a half. So coming up, Chris Kerber here on the Blues Draft, John Mozeliak, and then we also will be joined by representatives from the BMW Championship and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's your Polos Plus dossier here on the morning after for June 29th, 2026. World Cup action yesterday. Canada advances to the round of 16. The United States will play Bosnia on Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Martin, 2 Fox. Big night for the 2 Fox there, I would imagine.
It is, yeah, because that most of these nights we're getting kind of shows blown out, but we'll roll right in, Tim.
Yeah.
To local cover. In all seriousness, I'm not sure where the Bosnian hangout is, but I'm saying we got to have a camera there where they're watching that game. Obviously, rooting interest here is for the U.S., but locally for the Bosnian community, that is just massive.
For soccer fans at Energizer Park last night, they had a situation that caused quite a bit of scare. Police arrested 2 suspects last night after shots rang out near Energizer Park. The shooting interrupted a St. Louis City 2 game. The incident happened at about 6:30 in the 1700 block of Chestnut Street. The suspects then ran toward Energizer Park, where St. Louis City 2 was hosting Austin in a soccer match. Police Chief Robert Tracy said the 2 suspects were arrested on Olive near police headquarters, which is across the street from the stadium. One fan who said they were inside the stadium posted to a City SC fan group that they heard the gunshots and protected their children. Another fan posted a video to X showing people crouching next to their seats in the stadium's south stands. Officers did find ballistic evidence on the steps of Energizer Park at a southeast entrance. So that took place last night outside of Energizer Park.
By ballistic evidence, they mean they found bullet shells on the ground.
I'm trying to think
Likely.
what else would be ballistic evidence. They did make an announcement too. It'd be pretty eerie if you're there hanging with your kids, your family, whatever, and they announced on the PA, I believe, to shelter in place. They could hear the shots. Again, it was in the police were very clear that it wasn't a shooting at the soccer stadium several blocks away, but for whatever reason, then those people involved headed towards the stadium after the shooting took place. Definitely kind of spooky for the folks inside the building.
I would say.
In the article, notes the incident comes after several other unrelated shootings in which 3 people were killed and 5 people were wounded since midnight on Saturday. One of the fatal shootings was in the 1300 block of Washington Avenue downtown. And that is exactly where I lived for 3 years. Doug was 1324 Washington Avenue. That was the address.
Above one of
Is
the
there a
bars?
plaque out
Yeah.
front?
Well, you're reminding
I
them.
think there are a number of plaques for where I have resided around town. People visit kind
There's
of
a tour.
when they come in from England because the Rams played there 14 years ago.
Right.
They like to do the tour.
Yeah, it's like Abbey Road.
That's correct.
Any
That's actually that's
statues?
what it's been compared to.
Yeah.
Any statues of you out
Oh,
front?
are we going to do a height joke now? Is that what we're going to do? Is that what we were going to do now?
I wasn't going to.
But now that the opportunity's there, might as well.
This one here, Timmy just rented a room briefly, so we'll whip by there, but you'll still want to see it. The full Timmy tour. God, it just sucks for the Taylor family. You build a beautiful, and listen, downtown has a lot of issues. We talk about it a lot, but you just got a Sunday night, and the City 2 games, I think, are as much family nights as anything. They play a lot of Sunday games. And it's to no fault of their own, but how does the story play out? Well, there was a soccer game. They had to pause it, had to tell people inside to shelter in place. It just sucks for them that even is a concern.
And for everyone else downtown, it gives
Absolutely.
another reason for people to say, I'm not going down there. Too dangerous.
Well, one of the links that Jackson sent. Do I only get these, or do Martin?
No, the whole crew gets
You
them.
emailed
Did
them
you guys-
out the night before, yeah.
Doug, did you see this from Little Jackie Papers, who loved that Rascal Puff?
I don't think I saw it.
This is from Martin's 2 Fox. This posted St. Louis has one of the least vibrant and welcoming downtowns in the world.
I did see
survey
that,
says. A Gensler City Pulse 2026 survey found that St. Louis ranks among the least vibrant and welcoming downtowns in the United States and worldwide. The Gensler City Pulse 2026 report, released last month, included responses from more than 35,000 residents across 75 major cities worldwide, including 33 cities in the United States. From July 8th to November 4th, 2025, a Gensler research team surveyed residents about how they perceive their downtown business districts using prompts such as "My downtown business district feels blank" across a set of qualities. On a concept of a vibrant downtown, St. Louis, 50% finished tied with Portland, Oregon for worst in the United States and tied for second worst globally, ahead of only San Jose, Costa Rica. Not San Jose, California, San Jose, Costa Rica.
So Beirut beat us out?
I don't know if Beirut was one of the cities that they used on the concept of a welcoming downtown. 53%. St. Louis finished worst in the United States and fourth worst worldwide, ahead of only Rio de Janeiro, Athens, Greece, and San Jose, Costa Rica. Overall, St. Louis ranked in the bottom half of all 75 cities in every category measured. Its best finish was in, quote, memorable, where it placed 45th.
Isn't it interesting, though? It was local residents. It wasn't tourists, right? That were kind of ranking their view of their own downtown. Did I hear that correct? It was I didn't read it, although I read every article at fox2now.com religiously. But it sounded like it was people surveyed in their own city as to their view of their downtown. Is that right? Is that how you heard it?
Yes.
As opposed to, because a lot of these surveys would be tourists or out-of-town folks.
It would almost have to be people who live in that town. Otherwise, you'd have to make a trip to all these 75 other cities to know how it compares.
Well, but I think if you have people just that have traveled all over and say, what are your views of, you're right that most people haven't probably been to St. Louis, but it also is depressing that that's our own view.
And to see how fast it fell apart, that's what's so frustrating. It was like it right around COVID.
Do you guys want to guess the U.S. city that ranked number one for vibrance?
Austin, Texas.
Nashville.
No, both of you are wrong.
Well,
Wow,
sorry, don't point at me like
was like
that.
you got Sophie Cunningham.
Yes, you did the
Pointed.
Sophie crooked
this
finger
to me.
point.
Both of you are wrong. Yeah,
Wow.
I gave you the
You
three
enjoyed that a
Stooges.
little too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get a
Most
region?
vibrant.
Can we get a
South,
region?
east.
Southeast.
Atlanta.
No.
Well, sorry.
Let's go further south.
Miami.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess
Vibrant.
I can see that.
That's just in
That's
That's
vibrance.
no
that
fair.
Frickle?
That's,
That Frickle?
that's because they have all the vibrant colors and there's
Kind of a-
always like a parade. of
The
people
beauty one is a
dancing.
little confusing because Chicago ranks number one for American cities, and number two for American cities and beautiful downtowns is Detroit, Michigan.
on this same
Really?
poll. So this same group that did this.
Mm-hmm.
As Detroit is the second most beautiful city in America? That's
Correct.
what it said.
Most beautiful downtown. Yeah.
Okay.
You're not in St. Louis. Congratulations.
Sure.
Thanks, Joe.
Chicago ranks very high in all of these categories.
The answer is downtown Shrewsbury. Thank you. That's from River to Perry Yacht Captain. Downtown Shrewsbury's nice.
Is there a downtown Shrewsbury?
I don't think there is.
Where's Marlboro? That
It's
feels
close.
That feels like
Close to Webster.
little Shrewsbury.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to high school? Marlboro,
I think Marlboro.
Shrewsbury Tech.
They might go to Webster.
Probably.
Afton.
Right?
I
Or
just think
Afton.
the
I bet
gray and the
Afton,
pink.
actually.
Would pop.
There are a lot of surveys out there. It's hard to know what, and then when you hear some of those results,
Mm. But when you go to another town similar in size to St. Louis, at least what it was just a few years ago, it is stark how far we've fallen behind. It really hits you when you go to Nashville or Seattle or
and you're talking
Denver.
like downtown proper.
yeah.
Yeah, but we beat out San Jose, Costa Rica.
I've been to Costa Rica and it was really nice. I didn't spend a lot of time in San Jose, but the country was really nice.
Okay.
And that's still true of St. Louis. If you're out here in the county, it's just feels the same as it always has, doesn't it?
Yeah, and plenty of parts of the city too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just that downtown area that used to feel
Mm-hmm.
safe. Now, for many people, does not.
I heard Webster
William
Groves is the
Madison
lowest rated
Shore.
town in the country. Them poors have nothing on Cottleville. That's from Hooterville Regional's chief berating officer. And Doug, this war between Webster Groves and Cottleville just continues.
I know. I don't see it letting up anytime
It'd be
soon.
really funny if there were this 75 cities included. This is Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, Beijing, Sydney,
Cottleville.
and then Cottleville and Webster.
Mayor Spencer, we've talked a lot about city-county merger. What are you going to do about this ongoing feud with Webster and Cottleville?
Yeah, what are they gonna do to take down the temperature?
Hey, Doug, how much would that building in Miami be worth now that you were going to buy? Thanks. That's from Big Tuft.
Weren't you gonna go Dutch on that
Couple
with Rocky Aoki?
couple $100 million, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts. I mean, it really, really stings. Nah, we don't want to buy a hotel down here in South Beach. They were giving them away.
But think of all the exposure you would have missed out on had you invested
Right,
in that
yeah.
hotel.
I wouldn't be here today. So,
Right.
yeah, that was a bad move, bad business move.
Webster Groves is a joke. Leave us in Cottleville alone. We're going to take our golf carts and we're going to mass an army and come down there and get you. That's from Marsh's Collage Program.
Okay.
Yeah, bring the fight to you.
What started the feud?
I don't know, actually.
It's hard to tell. I don't think it was like a Archduke Ferdinand situation.
I don't think, no.
Archduke
I don't think anyone was assassinated.
No, that's the thing. It's like you fight for so long, you don't even know what you're fighting
Yeah,
about.
Hatfield and McCoy type of thing.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I'm going to get a memorandum of understanding. I'm going to get these two sides to stop taking shots. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to solve
Oh, wow.
this. I'm going to get Pestis Place to live. Then I'm going to get Webster and Cottleville to back off.
Well, it's not happening just yet. Drove
Okay.
to Webster last Thursday. The Fats already had their July 4th parade chairs out. Pathetic. That's from Martin's Dangly Bits.
I don't notice an abundance of Fats in Webster.
Have you been looking?
Yeah, I mean, you go to Webster, you're not like looking around and be like, man, what a tubby town.
No, you don't really think that.
Tubby town.
You know, it depends. I guess it depends where you're hanging out in Webster.
Is it weird to put your lawn chair down a week in advance of the parade?
Yeah,
Yes.
what is
To
what
make
is
sure
the
you get the
what is
perfect
the
spot?
rule there?
Like
in
it's the
Webster?
Masters.
Like, is there somebody out there today saying, I'm just going to get a little ahead of it?
Boy,
Honey, where are you going with those chairs? Well, the parade's Saturday.
I hate a parade.
You hate
that
a
right?
parade.
Oh yeah, any parade.
hate a
Is
parade.
that right?
Yeah, we just stand
Is
there.
that because you hated the Blues Stanley Cup parade?
No, I like a championship parade.
Did
Let
you
me
go to
amend
that?
that. I'm going to amend that.
You
No,
would've
I
been in
tried.
high
I tried.
school,
No, I was in
college?
college. I tried to
You
go.
tried, Tim.
I didn't get down there
Interesting.
early enough. It was packed. I
Should
couldn't.
have put a chair out.
Clearly, but I was living in Columbia at the time, so it wasn't like I was living in St. Louis. I like a championship parade. That's about it.
Do you think when some of these Webster Fats put down their lawn chair, some people from Cottleville might come in and rearrange them?
Wow,
or-
overnight.
Kick it over,
Yeah.
Wearing like pantyhose on their head as they kick them over.
graffiti
It
it.
happened. Yeah.
Fat sit here.
Cottleville is fine. We fly over it all the time. It's great if that's all you can afford. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. And I guess that was a compliment.
Fly over it.
I love Cottleville. I love Webster. But I've never put a chair out days in advance for a parade.
I hate the parade.
Cottleville
now-
is the Webster Groves of St. Charles County. They both stink and have high BMIs and love rough hand play. That's from
Oh,
the Heiser House Hooligan.
we don't know that.
Now the question that I ask when I hear some like rough hand play is the hand play itself rough, or is the hands like a working
great-
man's hand?
That's a
you
great
know?
Heiser House Hooligan
calloused.
Jackson has a question for you. I appraised two houses in Cottleville. well
Proofread.
over
Proofread before you hit send.
It's right, Martin. Good read. I appraised two houses in Cottleville, well over $1 million. That said, I would rather be set on fire than live in St. Charles County.
Oh,
Okay.
Is that Stephen
That's
DeMond?
Chairman Stephen
Why
DeMond,
would he say
who
that?
offers marriage counseling at Sasha's in DeMond.
I think that's a good text because it provides information, but then also opinion. You
Yeah.
know, you get both.
You don't think he's exaggerating the situation at all?
You know, I would not set myself ablaze before moving pretty much anywhere in these United States, but you know, I respect those.
You
who-
need to be invited now to be the grand marshal of a parade since you
Ah.
have made it
You
clear.
have a real sour look on your face
Yeah.
the whole time.
yeah.
Finger pointing like Sophie.
Anything short. We talked about Ferris Bueller earlier. As if it's a Ferris Bueller-esque parade where I can lip sync some classic
And you've
rock
got a
hits,
baton.
yeah, then I'll do that.
You're welcome to get involved on the program at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's where Chris Kerber is going to be here in about 8 minutes for his recap of the weekend that was for the Blues with the draft, with the trades. You can always text in as well, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can go in there and talk it over with a number of TMA listeners and watch the program as we broadcast live from Bellerive Country Club for the BMW Championship Media Day. Today, Chris Kerber coming up at 8:15 on the Polos Plus dossier. John Mozeliak now running the Angels in an interim manner will be with us at 8:45, his first appearance on the show since leaving the Cardinals. And we also will be joined by representatives of the BMW Championship and have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. All that coming away on the Polos Plus dossier. Martin, can you tell us about Michael's Bath?
I can, Tim. We had Michael's Baths come out to the house. This was probably end of 2025, and we said the kids' bathroom, it's just gotten away from us. It needs to be redone. They sit down. Okay, let's walk through this. What are you trying to get done? And while they're drawing up a little design there, it's real simple because the salesperson is a former installer, so they know exactly what they're talking about. Michael's Bass, family owned. Michael started it himself 30 years ago. You call 636-775-0800. His daughter is the one that answers the phone. So it's family owned and operated, has been for years. All 5-star reviews. And I can just tell you, the work is done. It's efficient. All of the folks inside your home doing the work are employees of Michael's. There's no subcontracting that goes on. That can be frustrating when you have a project inside your home. They stand behind their work, and it's just fantastic. I showed the guys the pictures, the before
Boy, it's
and
impressive.
the after. Man, it's like a whole new world when you walk into the kids' bathroom. So if you're thinking about it, Michael's Bath is the place to go. They've got a website, michaelsbath.com, or get an appointment. If you're in the 101 ESPN listening area, they will come to you, 636-775-0800. Reasonably priced. Some folks think, oh, I just can't afford it. No, reasonably priced at Michael's Baths, and this is all they do is bathroom conversion. So if you just want to take the tub out, put a shower in, that's something real simple. They can draw that up, or a full remodel, whatever you're looking to do. These are the folks to work with. VA certified, all 5-star rated reviews. michaelsbaths.com, the website, or call, set up the appointment at 636-775-0800. Make the entire home feel brand new.
I can't recall if Chairman Steve in Des Moines is sideways with Sharon and Clayton, but either way, Sharon and Clayton is coming for him with his data point on Cottleville home appraisal. She says $1 million price tag on a home means nothing. You can't get anything decent anywhere from much south of that. It's not a benchmark anymore. That's Sharon and Clayton. Doug, that's with a unifying text that'll be well received.
You can't get anything.
You can't get anything for less than $1 million anywhere in St. Louis.
That's what
decent.
Sharon and Clayton says.
Nothing in Tuscany.
Yep.
Well, he couldn't get much in Clayton probably, but around the rest of St. Louis, I think you could find a nice little homestead for less than $1 million.
The outer rim.
Yeah. Don't say rim.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking it there, not me.
So I thought this show was, the basis of this show was nitwittery.
Swingers bulletin board and stock tips. No kink shaming, please.
Okay, no kink
Pro
shaming.
liberty.
And pro liberty.
But when did it become zip code shaming? That
I
just
feel
feels
like that's a 101 ESPN
yeah,
phenomenon.
like the
I don't know what that's
different
about.
audiences kind of got
You
in
got
there.
that Webster Cottleville thing, and that's tense.
Right.
You got the war going on with Harrison's brother Master and basically anybody outside of his partner, Sharon and Clayton. You have the Worson Woods Wacko wanting to join Sharon and break up the Harrison's brother Master element. Now you got Chairman Steve, who gives marriage counseling, trying to get Michael McGreevy to join him.
To baseball players,
that's correct.
specifically.
It's Sasha's in Des Moines and talking about appraising homes in Cottleville. And it just really leads to a lot of tension on the program. Maybe we can all bond when John Mazalak joins the show, and
that'll bring the texters together.
So that's coming up at 8:45. Chris Kerber on the Blues Draft next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Lewis and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you. We're on the road today. The Stiefel Studios on the road at Bellerive Country Club for the BMW Championship Media Day, which will be getting underway here in just a little bit. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier as we enter the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, John Mazalak will be with us at 8:45 on his new role as interim general manager of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. And also we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, along with representatives from Bellerive and the BMW Championship. But right now, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program to get his perspective on a really busy weekend for the St. Louis Blues, Chris Kerber with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you guys?
We are all wonderful. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to get your perspective on the weekend for the Blues. Let's start with the first trade. There was a little buzz about that going into Friday, and then the deal does take place on Friday evening. What are your thoughts on the deal and the player the Blues are receiving in Mason McTavish?
You know what? I think a couple things. Even go back one before that one real quick. I think the dominoes started to fall and the Blues were able to get the deal done with Jordan Kyrou. A trade that I think was probably needed for both. A good player. I mean, 30 goal scorers don't grow on trees. We know how hard those are to find, but I think the Blues had to continue to try to change the DNA of their team a little bit. So getting Connor McMichael, I think, is a solid acquisition in that deal, plus the first-round pick that they got. Now, that allowed what happened the next time, the trade that you're talking about for Mason McTavish. And the reason is I think, Tim, that the Blues felt really comfortable with the way that they felt that this draft was going to go, getting the player they wanted, which wound up being Lawrence Tynan with that 11th overall pick. Well, I think once they realized they weren't going to move into, say, a top 5 position, keeping that 11th overall pick, they were pretty steadfast on. Getting that next first-round pick, the 16th, which allowed them to then trade the 15th and the 29th in the Mason McTavish deal, that's how these things all snowball together. So, look, they're getting a player that's 23 years of age, that is under a long-term contract. So if things work out, you've got his first few years of UFA taken care of. I think it's a fair question to ask, okay, what's the story on why he wasn't a Joe Quenneville guy? Like why did he have a hard time meshing with Joe Quenneville's system? Because you're talking about playing for one of the greatest coaches, frankly, in the history of the league. And the fact that there was a contract situation that he missed training camp, you think all this kind of played into it. So maybe a little change of scenery. And as we saw with Broberg, as we saw with Holloway, maybe the opportunities that the Blues are at with Mason McTavish now having the scars and the experience that he's had is going to be a great opportunity for him. So they're getting a young guy, tremendous skill, can clearly shoot the puck as well as anybody on the Blues team can. And he's willing to go fight for the puck. Battle level is not an issue for him. Consistency, like every other young player, seems to be the key. So we'll see how it goes, but I think it ends up being a terrific trade because they were able to still get 2 first-round draft picks plus a 3rd overall pick in Mason McTavish. I thought wound up being a great start to the weekend.
I wonder how much of it, too, is physicality, right? What McTavish does and how they're trying to maybe add that element to this team.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. That elevated puck battle is a big key there. I mean, your top 6 players in today's NHL, have got to win you battles along the wall. I mean, look at how Carolina ended up beating Vegas in the Stanley Cup final, right? So I think that compete on the puck level is absolutely a key thing for Alex Steen and obviously Doug Armstrong. But with Alex taking over the GM spot and controlling that joystick, that's a big part of it. So the skill combined, I mean, look, you end up taking, Martin, a 15th overall pick that if you drafted there, I think the Blues would have been happy with the player they got. but that's a player that's not impacting your roster for the next 3 to 4 to 5 years, right? I mean, maybe they do, like, think about it. The 2023 first-round draft picks, except for Dvorsky, you know, those guys were coming up and just playing a handful of games this year, 3 years later. So you do that versus bring in a 23-year-old that's got some of the qualities you want that can continue to grow with this team. That again is advancing the process. Because you had those other first-round picks, you're able to accomplish both. So I think it's a big part of it.
Does McTavish figure to be the second-line center? Is that where he would slot in?
I think you kind of look at that as an opportunity now. I don't think you want to do anything to block Dalibor Dvorsky. He can play the wing as well. He could, you know, their philosophy, at least this is what Doug Armstrong told us, you know, the other night was, you know, you look at the way teams are built and the teams that are really deep, and if on any given night you can flip-flop your second and your third line as your quote-unquote second line, then you've got the depth that you need. So whether it's second or third line, that's where you'd look him to be. You know, he's got more experience than Dvorsky does. So if he's able to, and then listen, guys, could combine this with the trade that brought Brandon Carlo, which I'm sure we'll get to next. But like, they also realize we got to have a little more experience in this lineup. So if Dalibor does still hit some bumps in what would just be his second full season in the NHL, you've got a guy that's got a little more experience in there to help smooth that over. So I could see him in either one of those spots, Doug.
Yeah, what did you think about the trade for Brandon Carlo? Little older guy, 29, doesn't seem old, but I guess when you're kind of rebuilding, it's a little on the older side. What did you make of that trade?
So this is a guy, of course, the Blues fans may remember him, more number 25 for Boston when the Blues were in the Stanley Cup final. He was a young defenseman at that point in time. He's 29. He's only got one more year left on his contract at a very reasonable level. Toronto had given up, you know, two good players, a good young prospect and a first-round pick to get him. But with the changes that they're making there in Toronto as well, you know, sometimes you can be the beneficiary of that. And again, to trade 2 third-round picks to get this when you still had another third-round pick, and there's the asset management of collecting those draft picks. I love this trade, and I love it for this reason. One of the biggest issues with the start of last season for the St. Louis Blues, in my opinion, was the fact that with no Nick Leddy and no Ryan Suter, you lost over 2,500 games of NHL experience. And in the end, Doug Armstrong even said at the end of the year, maybe they underestimated the impact of losing that much experience because that third pairing, which wound up starting with Logan Mailloux and Tyler Tucker, just didn't have enough experience. And when things get wonky for a young team defensively, the whole thing gets thrown off. Your goaltending on out, it's a mess. The fact that they've got insurance now, if you consider, you know, Broberg is a veteran D-man, to go with Parayko, Fowler, and Carlo. It gives you flexibility depending on what happens with Mailloux, gives you flexibility. And if Jiricek comes in, maybe doesn't come in, maybe gets a spot, maybe has to go down to the minors for a little while. It gives you all sorts of room to deal with this while you're competing now. And so I really do think, guys, that the moves for Brandon Carlo and the moves for Mason McTavish make a statement that we're not just continuing a rebuild to build for the future. We're also advancing a process now. And so they didn't just make the moves of Shen and Falk and Kyrou, trade away some veteran players just to get draft picks and build for 3 or 4 years from now. They're also saying we've got this good core and we've got to give them something for right now too. And I think that's a very competitive roster they put together that, you know, it has to have some growth from everybody.
You think they'll be active free agent wise? It looks like they've got money to spend by all accounts on the cap. Do you think, or do you have an idea of what they're still targeting?
My gut, and I could be way wrong on this because I did not have these conversations. So my gut just says I don't expect a lot of activity. I don't expect anything flashy in the early parts of free agency. I do believe that if somebody falls into a salary slot range that is reasonable, where there's low risk, potential reward, you know, then I could see them taking a stab at something like that. I look at where the prospects are right now, Martin, the ones that are knocking on the door from last year, they want to continue that. So I don't see a long-term deal that blocks one of those guys out there. But again, like we were just talking about, if there is somebody with veteran experience that fills a gap, that gives you, some backup if something doesn't go well with one of the younger players, I could see that. So, but then, like if they had not made the trade for McTavish or Carl, I'd feel a lot more confident that they would be more active to fill, say, one of those spots with somebody. I think those trades really gives them a chance to be really patient to see what's out there. And not, I don't necessarily see them at the point where they're dabbling for something big here.
I'd read a lot about Binnington going to Toronto. They traded Joseph Wall and a lot of things that maybe it made sense there. But with each passing day, are you of the mindset now that Binnington will be back?
Yeah, listen, I've been of that mindset pretty much from the trade deadline on. And the reason is I just look at the Blues goaltending at the minor league level, and I don't know that that's where it's at. They don't have a Joe Hofer down there at the moment just kind of knocking on the door saying, I'm ready. At least I don't believe they do. And the other thing is again, when you look at the moves that they made, and when Doug Armstrong said when they decided to keep the 11th overall pick or make the move for McTavish, they weren't looking to trade anybody off their roster, right? And to me, that tells you a lot, Martin, because like if you look at potentially trading Jordan Binnington, look, it could happen. And I mean, in this kind of, in sports, we could say this now and then there could be a press release 15 minutes from now. But the reality of it is, the way I look at it is, I don't know if there's a player that you're getting back that's from one of these teams that's going to help you, right? If you do, you're probably getting more draft pick or somebody from this guys for somebody like Jordan. I don't know that helps you more than Jordan helps you. Like Jordan Binnington, to me, is so much more valuable on your roster than any of the acquisitions you're going to get for him right now. At least it feels that way. So unless the acquisition, the quality of that changes, I see him staying there, and which is good. Listen, he wants to be a St. Louis Blue. He wants to help lead this team back to some prominence. He cares about those kind of things, and that's just not lip service. I mean, I've talked to him about it. He cares about being a part of that process. And I think with 84 games, there's still a lot of games to be had. The way this team kind of runs their goaltenders, I don't think it's as necessarily 50-50, but I also don't think it's going to be 80-20. So I think Jordan Binnington is somebody that still fits where the Blues need him, right where he's at right now. And I love the fact that he's still here. It wouldn't overly shock me in the end if a deal happens, but he seems more valuable on the Blues roster than as a trade piece right now.
What can you tell us about Tynan Lawrence, the player the Blues picked with the 11th pick in round 1? What kind of player is he?
You know what? He's a player who's going to be going back to college, Boston University. Dog on a bone kind of player is what the scouting reports say. Martin, and sorry, Doug, I'll be honest with you, I haven't watched him play. I mean, that's the other guy's role. So I just reading the scouting reports and what they said, they say, some of the scouting reports talk about him being just relentless on the puck like a Macklin Celebrini was, which is great to see. A good teammate, a good skater, got good size, again, plays in the middle. There's a lot to really like about where they went. This was a player that at one point in time when the early mock drafts and some of the early rankings came out, you saw him ranking in the top 10 in some of them. And then as more things shifted out, you saw him dropping where a lot of mock drafts had him kind of in the late teens to early 20s. But the St. Louis Blues had him rated pretty high. And when they felt like they could get a player like him at 11, that really said, hey, we don't need to move up to 10. We don't have to move up to 7. We think this guy's going to be there at 11 to keep him. So this is, again, a player that the Blues had really highly rated on their draft board that they were thrilled was available at 11.
Probably 2 or 3 years away from seeing him or even more than that, or impossible to know probably.
Yeah, you know what? He's definitely going back to Boston University this year. I'm actually curious. It's a great question you asked because the last couple of times the Blues picked what they thought was, and turned out to be smart and really good players at the college level. And I'll take TJ Oshie as one, and I'll say Jimmy Snuggerud as another. Both of those players had the ability to turn pro a year earlier both decided on their own that they wanted to go back and try to win a national championship in their third year. And that extra year of seasoning looks like it was actually really good for both of them. What Lawrence decides to do after this year, that remains to be seen. The Blues felt that Snuggerud could have come out a year early and would have liked to have seen it. I know they felt the same thing about Eric Johnson. They wanted him to turn pro rather than go to University of Minnesota. So again, they've done a great job of leaving that up to the player. But so next year, Boston, maybe the next year. So let's, even if you're still talking at that point 2 to 3 years before you're impacting the roster there. So you're going to have to be patient, but we'll have to wait and see if this is one of the anomalies for the Blues lately, or after 2 years of college, he says, yeah, I want to go pro now and start that process.
Chris Kerber with us here on a very busy weekend for the Blues with the draft and the trades, giving us his perspective. Joins us every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Kerbs, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
You got it, guys. Hit them straight out there today. Have some fun.
Thank you, Chris. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Miss anything, you can always go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Doug, Schaefer Door is spelled with one F, not two. Think about that.
Yeah, well, it's an economy of Fs as much as anything. There are some businesses out there in St. Louis that spell their name Schaefer with two Fs. They only 2 Fs at Schaefer Door. Are you kidding me? If your garage door is not working as it's supposed to, it's a good idea to get repaired sooner rather than later. Schaefer does all the work while maintaining honesty, integrity, customer satisfaction, and safety from the largest to the smallest garage door service jobs. If you have a garage door repair job and you want it done quickly and thoroughly, one of their friendly team members will be happy to provide you with a free quote. They know how critical your overhead doors are to your business, and that's why all of their commercial overhead door products are tough and durable and long-lasting. They offer a comprehensive selection of industrial and commercial doors to fit any business need. So whether it's your home or whether you own a business with tall doors, Schaefer Door is the company for you. With more than 50 years of combined experience, they stand proudly behind the products they offer and the services they perform. You're saying, I wonder if they have a website. Of course they do. That would be SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Sponsor the podcast here on the morning after, Schaefer Door Company. You can always go back and watch the show, or any particular part of the show you want to watch on the TMA STL YouTube channel. 257 friends are in the Michelob Ultra. Now Form Energy YouTube chat with Bach Hogg, Tanner Skidmarts, and 2 words for you, talking with the eggplant emoji and the overbearing sports dad. You can go in there and talk it over, or just watch the program. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel and the YouTube chat, now brought to you by Form Energy. Coming up in about 15 minutes, John Mozeliak is going to join us. He is now running the Angels on an interim basis. He's coming up on the program, and also representatives from the BMW Championship, which is why we are broadcasting live from Bellerive today here on 101 ESPN. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Doug, we're back live at Bellerive Country Club. They're kicking off the media day. A lot of talk about the BMW Championship coming your way in mid-August. TMA, Martin, Tim, Doug, Jackson, Jimmy, Hugh, and Doty have us live from the beautiful confines here. Ted Papers, shout out to you and the team. We are indoors.
Yes.
You don't want to see a grown man sweat.
It is quite warm outside.
Is it getting toasty out there?
Yeah, you want to know the exact temperature
Yes,
outside, Doug?
please.
Yeah.
Doug, it's hot, and it's
the
going to be really hot.
81 as of now.
That's not bad.
But what
Well,
it
it's
feels
Christmas.
like is 87.
Oh,
And then right about, we're teeing off at noon, Doug. It's going to be 90 degrees.
okay.
But it's saying some cloud coverage. So maybe,
Yeah, that helps.
that could help.
That helps.
But it is going to be warm.
And the best golfers in the world are going to be here in St. Louis as part of the BMW Championship. You can see if you drive by, and we would encourage people to stop by Bellerive. But if you drive by, you'll notice a lot of the scaffolding, the build out is starting to take place. So
It's like a small city.
it's
around
it's
here.
all starting to happen here on what do they call it? Is it called the Monster of Ladue? What's the actual term they use for
The monster of Ladue is Herb.
herb?
It's true. It's true.
What is
My
it?
buddy
Didn't
Herb.
Bellerive have a nickname? Something like that.
Doug, you've been a member here since.
I'm being serious.
We
It's
don't call it by nicknames here, but
Oh my!
I like
There's
that.
there's already a letter in my file just for
Bellerive's
stating that.
nickname is
Tell us something about the monster.
it's
I love the poorly educated.
the green monster of Ladue.
Right. Okay.
about that?
I was thinking it can't be the Green Monster because you got that at Fenway Park, but
Mhm.
Hunchback of Von Castle wants to fight you, Jackson.
about time.
If you're interested. Jackson, third live YouTube ad by 722. What are we doing? The show is becoming borderline unlistenable on YouTube. My God, the live ads. That's from Hunchback of Von Castle. Now, you put in these, you fire them from your computer, the
Yeah.
live
Yeah.
commercials on YouTube.
Right. So
Where's the button to fire the commercials?
it's one of those. It's a two
Oh, it's
key.
6.
It's got to be 2 keys, like it's the nuclear launch. Over the weekend, me and my family, which all that money will be mine eventually. So it's best to just treat
Why
it,
was that necessary? in the
treat it
NFL?
as
I don't
treat it as
know.
it's mine now.
where does Jesse fall in all
we,
this?
yeah, we acquired Google.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
Did you?
which
Congratulations!
of course owns YouTube.
All cash deal?
Yeah, right. I bought it in cash. Yeah,
Mhm.
a couple duffel bags. And so now that I
So
own
this
YouTube,
is to say that
essentially,
you have control over
yes,
all of this.
I now
of which
control
they're
when the
complaining.
live ads play, how they play, what time. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do all that.
Control freak.
You
Yeah,
should see
I like
Papers
that.
in these breaks. He's got like a cigarette dangling. He goes, "I'm going to play an ad right
Yeah,
now."
yeah.
And he hits a button.
I'm banging heaters inside here. Yeah.
Somebody contact me, put up $100 million. I won't control the money. I'll just direct it.
That's
that
from
mean?
American
What
Fraud.
does that-
Wonderful
I won't control the money, but I will direct it. What the hell is that mean?
Brian Henshin has no love for the Hunchback of Von Castle. Subscribe to YouTube Premium, peasant. That's Brian Henshin.
Oh,
Doug, and as you know, he covers the Colts.
There you have it.
Yep,
what
that
is
is-
YouTube?
He's our number one Asian.
What would
intern.
that cost? YouTube Premium.
I believe I pay $17.99 a month for it.
Really?
So ad free, and you get YouTube Music, right?
Yes, it's glorious.
That is sweet.
It is a recommended purchase. Brian Henshin knows the best buys around town. Martin, Design Air is one of the best ones, especially this week, considering the forecast.
Love the idea that you can get that maintenance program and have them come out to your home on a regular basis to make sure things are working properly. We had that a couple of weeks ago. Changed out a filter or two. Otherwise, everything's in great shape. We just had that HVAC unit installed back in November, and everything Design Air does is top notch. The employees are great at what they do, but also just professional, polite people. Doug makes it uncomfortable. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tell you that these employees come out. Doesn't matter if they're strapping or sinewy, Doug. We're not going to.
Sinewy.
That was always Frank's favorite word. The sinewy. The main point here is that the employees, they enjoy working for Design Air, and you can tell there's some real camaraderie there. So when you need something repaired, you don't want somebody trying to sell you something you don't need. Seth Goldcamp works with his team to make sure that is not part of the presentation. So obviously it's going to be hot for a long time. It's summer in St. Louis. If you have an issue with the air conditioning, we know that can set in a little bit of panic. Reach out immediately to our friends at Design Air, and better yet, sign up for that maintenance program. You can do that at designairservice.com. This is a 4th generation owned family business, St. Louis based for more than a century now. Sign up at designairservice.com.
Design Air, heating and cooling. Sponsor of our email today, coming up on the Polos Plus dossier At 9:45 in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. And coming up on that Polos Plus dossier, John Mazalak joining us, just hired by the Angels over the weekend. And he will talk it over with us next here on The Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Your opinion on anything St. Louis sports with a mic drop.
Brought to you by the Scott Lee Heating Company.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Lots of action today in the knockout stage of the World Cup. You've got Brazil and Japan at noon, Germany and Paraguay at 3:30, and then tonight the Netherlands and Morocco. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you as we broadcast live from Bellerive Country Club for the BMW Championship Media Day. The Stiefel Studios on the road today here on 101 ESPN. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program John Mozeliak on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Mo, good morning.
Good morning. This is a show I've missed desperately. As you know, I'm kidding.
Oh, Doug.
And like Martin's like stressing me out all day yesterday. Hey, you got to do the show. Come on, pop on. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, yeah, I'll try to accommodate you. I just have a tight window out here. I don't know. And then you guys are late. So you guys are on fire.
It's already on.
That is the brand. As you probably can imagine, we are being recruited by multiple country clubs around town for us to join. And today is Bellerive Day, so we're meeting with membership individually to determine if we wanted to join here.
If it's a good fit.
Yeah, when I heard you guys were doing that show from there, 30 seconds ago, my coffee came through my nose.
Oh, no. Drop out of the interview. We won't be talking to you like this.
Yeah, and before you start complaining a whole bunch, you were unemployed a couple days ago, so just relax, okay?
Yeah, and it was pretty sweet.
How did this? It caught all of us off guard, but how did this all come about?
As I walked away, stepped away from the Cardinals, and obviously I think the most important part of that was twofold. One was on a personal level, just an opportunity to really just refresh, recharge, and take a real look at like what would be next for me if it was going to be anything. And the second part, from a Cardinals standpoint, I think everybody would agree change was needed. It was time. And, it's always tough to walk away from something that you truly love and have always loved doing. But I think when you look back at it, it was the right thing to do. And certainly miss a lot of people down there at Busch Stadium, made a lot of friends, lifetime friends. But as my time and not working and sort of exploring what other opportunities might look like, I was working with a friend of mine who was exploring, different teams to possibly consider to work for. I wasn't looking to be like a special assistant for someone. I really wanted to do something where I could make an impact. And as this Angel opportunity started to come about, it's really about 3-4 weeks ago at most, it started to grow. Like the scope of the work, scope of the job was growing, and it just I got really excited about it. And I think it's a really neat opportunity so far. I mean, I haven't been here very long, 3 days, but the people I've met, they remind me a lot about the people that work for the Cardinals. They're passionate. They care about the brand. They want it to be great, and just seems like a good fit. So I, certainly hope we're successful here. Time will tell, but definitely energized and looking forward to helping.
Safe to say you missed the day-to-day workings with the Cardinals?
I think the break was needed in terms of, I always sort of admire people that can have that sabbatical to like sort of reset their mind. But when you work in baseball, you just don't get that break. It's 24/7, 365. And, after 30 years, it was time to take that break. And I got it. And now when you ask, like, do I miss the day-to-day part of it? Some things I 100% missed, like the interactions with even guys like you, but meaning like my friends down at the ballpark, the energy that comes with working at a ballpark. But there's stresses of the job that you don't miss either, right? And that's going to be the blend now of, how I navigate that. But in the meantime, the real focus is understanding what's happening out here with the Angels and what can I and other people do to get it back to where it once was. Because if you look at the history of the Angels, it was a very prominent organization. They were very successful for a long time. And obviously the last 15 years haven't gone maybe as scripted, but we're certainly going to try to get them back on track.
How about for you personally, when you left the Cardinals, it was not at a high point for the organization or maybe even your approval rating. Is there some, I don't want to say validation, but when teams are interested or somebody calls and we got a high profile job for you, does it, I don't guess validating is the wrong word, but how do you see that in terms of your value as people around the league view you?
Yeah, I think I'd like to think my last couple of years in St. Louis maybe are more misunderstood. I mean, obviously I can't speak for how people think or feel, but clearly the fan base was looking for a change, and you know, they got it in a way where like ownership didn't have to fire me. It was something that was mutually agreed upon on an end date. And I also take a lot of pride in the fact that, you know, I stepped down or announced that step down a year prior. I brought in Chaim Bloom as a possible successor. It wasn't a slam dunk on day one, but obviously that transition, having him being on board, I think has made it for a very seamless job for him in the sense that he got a year and a half to really understand what the organization was doing and the changes that he wanted to implement. And in a way, that's what I'm going to try to do out here for the next leadership group. And I think it's a pretty healthy model. I hope it's successful, and I wouldn't be surprised if it gets copied again.
John Mozeliak, our guest here on The Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, joining us as he has taken over the role of interim general manager of the Los Angeles Angels. How much of the 2026 Cardinals have you watched, Mo?
Well, I've certainly kept an eye on them. Obviously, I was living in St. Louis the past 4 months, so watching them from time to time was definitely something I would do. I'm thrilled that some of these younger players are really stepped up and sort of living up to hope and expectations. And yeah, I couldn't be happier for how these guys are playing. And Ollie's and his staff, I'm still good friends with a lot of those guys, so it's cool. I'm super happy for their success and hope it continues for them.
And you're obviously not under contract with the Cardinals. Is there any level of permission, or do they call the DeWitts, do the Angels? Is there a courtesy call, or do you tell Bill, "Hey, I'm going to do something"? How does that play out?
No, I'm obviously was just a free agent, and I'm doing this in a consulting capacity, so it allows me some flexibilities on a personal level as well. So net, I did hear from Bill III, who reached out to me, and we just touched base for a second, but I think they're happy for me, and they certainly understand where I'm at.
We keep seeing this as an interim job. Are you interested in making it long term?
I hate to speak in absolutes on what this looks like, but that's not the intention of going in here. The principles really behind what we're trying to accomplish here was just having somebody that has a pretty strong connection to the industry, who understands the baseball side of things, that can really enhance what they're trying to do. Molly Polly, who's the president of the Angels, and she came from the business side. So really I'm here to assist her to really ramp up the baseball side. And I think given my connections, people I know, that should be a pretty seamless transition for me.
And I think you had mentioned over the weekend that you had not talked to Artie Moreno, the longtime owner of the Angels. Is that by design, where he's kind of letting her call the shots?
Yeah, I think that's correct. And I'm sure I'm going to be speaking with him probably sometime today. So have a little bit more insight on what he's thinking. But yeah, Molly's in charge, and that's who I answer to. And so far I've really enjoyed working with her, learning things from her. And I think that's been a good partnership.
Any awkwardness day one? We always liken it to like the first day of school. After all those years in St. Louis, you knew everybody in the building. When you walk in for the first time, that's got to be a unique feeling.
It really was. And candidly, I was clueless. Like, didn't know where to go. Because usually when you come in on the player bus or staff bus, there's a certain entrance. But I was dropped off at the front door of the front office, and I can follow people around and leave breadcrumbs.
The Angels aren't having a great year, but they're still only 6.5 out of first place. Is that a big rebuilding project? Are they close? How do you see the big picture there?
It's tough to answer. Obviously, been keeping an eye on that club for the last few weeks. They have a lot of positives. I think pitching's a strength for them. Getting Mike Trout back will be a boost. The division's not strong, so anything can happen. Obviously, their record isn't where they want it to be. But my main focus is really going to be understanding the infrastructure of their operation. So focus on the draft coming up here in a couple weeks, getting an understanding of how their decision tree looks when they pick players, and then also take a deep dive on how they do player development. And so all these things are already beginning. I promise you guys, I'm trying to drink from that fire hose as best I can. And that's the part that's exciting, because it is something I don't know. So it's really new to me, but learning as we go.
Was it a tough sell at all? Did your wife say, don't do it? Did you think, man, do I want to jump back in? And who knows how it's going to play out? Was it a tough call?
You guys know Julie. She was probably like, let me get you to the airport, young man. It was, I think, like, we got into a nice ebb and flow as a married couple that was so different than we ever experienced. But I think, it's tough, because it's basically a 4 to 6 month assignment for sure, where I'll be out here. I don't know when I'll be back in St. Louis in the near future. So she plans to come out and visit. But I do think, like, she feels that I'm happy about where I'm at.
I know, of course, your role is with the Angels. You're not with the Cardinals, but I think you would be comfortable talking about what we have seen in 2026 from Jordan Walker, considering your role in him being a part of this organization and the trials and tribulations that have taken place to get to see him have the kind of first half he has had. What have you seen from a baseball side, Mo? And then in addition, just in general from the personal side to see him have this success?
Oh, love it. I think he's one of those players that every offseason, since the day he got to the big leagues, has been trying to make multiple adjustments, from his defense to eliminating swing and miss, so understanding his strike zone, and to see it all come together now is impressive. And obviously, he deserves a ton of credit for that. The coaches that are working with him deserve some credit for that. But just to see it happen, I think really validates what Randy Flores and his staff saw in him at a young age. And in hindsight, you could argue maybe we did move him too quickly. But in this generation of baseball, that's not uncommon. But I think my takeaway from that is lesson learned. Patience sometimes with players is required. And in his case, maybe taking it a little slower may have actually sped up his development. But the fact that he's made those adjustments from a Cardinals fan's perspective, I'd be thrilled.
Well, I know you got to run because you called during the break and said, hey, idiots, let's go. We're supposed to be on at 8:45, and it's Jackson's fault. But the other idea is while you're out there, I mean, I think Orange County could use a morning show like this, and we're open. This show is open to moving out there if you want to put in a word.
Sure. Who should I talk to?
Local radio. Just look it up. Maybe
radio.
Google local radio Anaheim.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That'll be our station. That's our motto.
Yeah, that'll be the call letters, KISS. Mo, always great to talk it over with you. Thank you so much for your time this morning, especially considering the new assignment. We really appreciate it, and best of luck out there with the Angels.
All right. Thanks, guys. Look forward to catching up when I'm back home.
Thanks, Mo.
Good luck to you.
That's it back home. What about us going there?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's happening.
Maybe a remote.
Now.
What do you guys say? Let's load up the van.
I don't know. I guess, yeah, a remote would be fine from LA. How about, I thought, outside of his role and how it all came to pass, I thought the Jordan Walker reflection
Yeah,
was quite
a hint
insightful.
of regret there, I think, about in hindsight how maybe they did do it too quickly, which is what I've referenced with Heim and Ollie now when they talk about Baez or any of the players at the minor league level. They keep saying, well, I want to be careful, and I think a lot of it is based on what happened with Jordan Walker.
And it's just hard to know. One player comes up and immediately is good. Like Weatherholt, immediately good, and the other guy, well, maybe he needs another year or two. It's just hard to know until you see him play at the big league level.
Damn, I miss Mo. That was great. That's from Big Don Johnson. And Martin, when you tweeted last night, that's not the response that you got?
A number of people saying, well, he works for the Angels. Oh, really? Well, then we should get him on. I had not heard that. Somebody else said, why would I be forced to listen to this? And I was thinking, I don't think. Now, we did force you to listen to, let's see, that one call. Yeah, we do. On occasion, we will force you. But I think it's fascinating. You're sitting at home. I mean, he's got plenty of money. He's just golfing, hanging out. I really wonder if it's at all a tough call to, even though you're in a consulting role, but they're bringing you in to kind of take a hard, he's in a weird way, he's kind of in the Heim Bloom role from 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Where they say, let's get somebody from the outside who comes in, who's got experience at the major league level, who can come in and kind of look at what we've done critically, because they have no ties to us, which is what Heim Bloom did 3 years ago, where he was basically a once-a-week consultant just to kind of analyze everything they were doing, and now he is in that role. But I guess you just get, even though you get all the money, you're playing golf, there's a little bit of an it that says, yeah, I wouldn't mind trying my hand somewhere else. All I knew was the Cardinals. It's just kind of fascinating. I guess if you were him, would you take the gig? And maybe knowing it's a short window, hey, why not?
That's why. That location also.
Because if it's Minnesota or Cleveland, no offense.
Well, there's that. And also, I would think that you couldn't go into a place with lower expectations and lower attention paid, relatively speaking, around baseball, minus maybe like the Marlins, so you get to see if you like it. You're in an organization that doesn't have particularly high expectations. Also a division, the Rangers, Skip Schumacher, they're 500. They're in first place. I think it probably checks all those boxes. And if he finds that he loves it, and if they have success, well, now he's in Southern California in his late 50s and early 60s. That's not a bad spot. I think it's the situation, in addition to maybe after a few months, he's going, God, I don't want to just really sit around. And
he's too young for that. He's only 57. Is he going to spend the next 30 years wondering what he's going to do every day or playing golf? Probably not. If he was 10 years older, he'd probably have shut it down and said, all right, that'll do it. But at 57, that's too young.
It is alarming. I bet people in baseball have looked at the Angels and said, God, why can't they be? They've had great players. Why aren't they better? They have not won a playoff series or a playoff game since 2009.
Jeez.
And they have only been, in the last 16 years, they only made it one time. Got swept by the Royals.
14.
And that's just, it is hard to believe. You think of their legacy and the
they
players
got the money.
they've had. Oh, my God. And that's probably part of their problem, is they used to just throw money at free agents, hoping that would work. Rendon, classic example, who Rendon doesn't really like baseball, I guess, is kind of what he does. After signing a $200 million deal.
That is correct. John Mozeliak with us here in this segment on the Morning After podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast on the TMA STL app. And, of course, you can always go back and watch it on YouTube. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. We are broadcasting live from Bellerive Country Club today for the BMW Championship Media Day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you here at Bellerive. Jim Hewer and Doty are on the ones and twos at Bellerive. Chairman Kurt handling things back at the Hubbard Studios. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at about 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Delmar Mortgage and Ryan Luchtefeld is who I have been working with here the last couple of months, and I can recommend firsthand to the listening audience if you are in the market to buy a home or to refinance. Delmar Mortgage is a family business that's been around for 60 years, and they are online at delmarmortgage.com. Ryan Luchtefeld has been doing it for 22 years, and 13 of those with Delmar Mortgage. So give Ryan a call first. He gives out his personal number, 618-593-3608, or you can text him at 593-3608. You're going to get a personal local touch, but all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy, pre-approvals and fast-track options that'll make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings in as little as 2 weeks. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. Online at delmarmortgage.com or by calling or texting Ryan's personal number of 618-593-3608. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen with the Stiefel Studios today on the road at Bellerive Country Club for the BMW Championship Media Day. This is 101 ESPN.
TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to the morning after. It is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program as we broadcast live from Bellerive Country Club for the BMW Championship Media Day. And we are looking forward to what is here to come in about, 7 or 8 weeks, Doug. Is that the math? 7 or 8? I know you like math. You're a big...
Seems right. August 20th to the 23rd.
That's right. And it is going to be absolutely incredible. And joining us right now to talk about it, the Senior Vice President of Tournaments at the WGA, Vince Pellegrino. Vince, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Good to be here.
It is great for St. Louis, this event. And today we start the build-up to what is going to be an incredibly significant event. 8 years ago here, the PGA Championship that is still so memorable, not only locally, but around golf, considering it was Tiger's reintroduction with his charge, Brooks Koepka winning, and the reception from the St. Louis community. And I know a lot of people in the area are fired up for what you guys are bringing here in August.
Yeah, we've seen it already with the community. I mean, they've been just super supportive from, day one when we launched ticket sales. We had the single largest ticket sales event in PGA Tour history. That's all PGA Tour events, single day.
Wow.
It was unbelievable, the kind of support that the community showed. Not to mention that we had over 2,200 volunteers sign up in a matter of 3 days. Like, that is unheard of, not just for the BMW Championship, but for the PGA Tour. So the community is really excited. Our corporate hospitality is amazing. So yeah, we're really excited. We're going to have huge crowds. It can't get any hotter than this, can it?
Oh, yeah.
August?
wait.
No, it's
No,
going to be
just wait.
way
Little bit.
way cooler, right?
Just wait.
For sure, it'll be fun.
And for people that are not diehards, explain to them how unique this field, how top-heavy it is in terms of star power.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, because it's a PGA Tour playoffs for the FedEx Cup, and the playoffs start the week before us in Memphis. They get the top 70 players that have competed throughout the year to qualify to get in the playoffs. So they have the top 70. It gets cut down to the top 50 at our championship, and then they move on to the top 30 in Atlanta for the Tour Championship. So we're in an incredible spot. It'll be the best 50 players in the world. It could even be the best 51 players, depending on how Brooks Koepka plays, because if he does qualify, there'll be an extra player in the field, which is pretty cool. And obviously with his win here in 18, it'd be great to see him back, at Bellerive.
What is it that makes a great tournament? You mentioned the volunteers, but for the player, is it the course? Do they care about gallery and crowd? I mean, what if the players walk away and say, "Well, that was a great event"? What boxes are checked?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this. Camilo Villegas is here, with us today for Media Day, and he talked about how great the crowds were here at Bellerive when he competed in 08. And I think that's a large part. These guys really feed off the crowds, and if it's going in a good way, it's great. If it's not, that's another story. But I think it's the crowds. I think it's the community support, like we just talked about. The golf course is super important. We worry about everything outside the ropes. These guys are totally focused on what happens inside the ropes in the golf course. Bellerive has gone through some changes, to the golf course to make it better, make it more competitive for the top players in the world. We got to keep up with that. But it is the golf course too, but this club has an incredible hospitality to it. The facilities are amazing, as you guys know, but they just they treat us so well when we come down here, and they treat the players just incredibly as well. So those are all the factors, I guess, for the players. Outside the ropes, like we talked about, the room that the place has, the community support, whether it's through parking or transportation opportunities, it takes the entire village, so to speak.
You said you made the course a little harder. It seemed hard enough already for me, but if it needed to be harder for these guys, I understand. So how does Bellerive compare now to some of the other top courses that these guys play?
Yeah, I mean, it's top notch, and it's. Believe me, we'd love to play here every year. That wouldn't be an option, but for a championship like ours that rotates around. I think the PGA Championship, probably the winning score was somewhere between, I think 15 under, maybe Camilo was 16 when we had the BMW Championship. But I think what the club has continued to invest in its greatest resource, which is the golf course. renovating some of the greens for better drainage, things like that that make it more competitive. Not necessarily the layout, so to speak. I mean, they added a little bit of yardage here and there, but, drainage to make sure the golf course can be firm and fast as they can get it, that time of year. A few tweaks of the golf course, like 17, moving the tee box that runs more parallel to the golf hole on the par 5, 17th hole. Little tweaks like that also help us out with operational aspects, crowd movement, things like that. So they've done an amazing job of really putting more investment back into the golf course to make sure it stays up to championship standards.
Vince Pellegrino with us here on the morning after 101 ESPN talking about the BMW Championship. That's why we are at Bellerive Country Club today doing the program to get his perspective. Just anecdotally, I was telling Jim Woodcock during the commercial break, Vince, that a listener to the program was playing down in South Florida, was on the range, and Brooks Koepka walked past him, saw his bag tag, saw he was from St. Louis, and he said, 2018 PGA Championship, best tournament ever. Now, obviously, he won it.
Sure.
But Tiger Woods, I think ESPN did a retrospective on his 2018 leading into the Masters win in 2019, and he talked about how the atmosphere here contributed to what was an incredibly memorable weekend. For fans who want to be a part of this, not only how they can get tickets, of course, but how the week shapes up for fans, for families who want to get to see the best players in the world. What is your recommendation?
Yeah, so first off, you can get tickets at bmwchampionship.com. Plenty of tickets still available, although we're running out of some of those individual hospitality options, upgraded tickets. But the gates open on Tuesday for practice rounds, and really all the players will start arriving here on Monday. So they're going to get out there. They haven't seen this golf course, in 8 years, and some of them have never seen the golf course. So practice rounds will be pretty heavy out there. So you get a chance to see them in more of a relaxed atmosphere. They're trying to figure out the golf course. They sign a lot of autographs Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday, we're going to have a Pro-Am. We're going to release some of the celebrities that are going to be playing in that Pro-Am on Wednesday pretty soon here. And then, the championship really starts on Thursday. The great thing about having 50 players is that there's no cut. So the same guys who are going to tee up on Thursday are going to be the same guys you'll see on Sunday. So you really have your pick of what works best for you Thursday through Sunday to come out to the championship. But, we're going to have a lot of areas that when you're at the tournament, there are going to be great crowds, but areas that you can, get out of the heat and get some sun, get some shade, watch it on the video screen. BMW has a lot of interactive displays out there, a lot of fun putting, chipping games, etc. We'll have some food trucks. Merchandise tent is a nice place to go to cool off as well.
Yeah.
But it's a big piece of land out here. A lot of golf to be seen. So I would say come out early in the week, get some autographs, and then really camp out when you're here at the championship and watch some incredible play.
And is the WGA closely aligned with the Evans Scholar program? I feel like I've heard a lot about this tournament benefiting the caddy programs and maybe even awareness, where you don't hear as much as you used to about how you can get a college scholarship out of caddying.
Yeah, and that's one of our major focuses with the Western Golf Association is to promote the Evans Scholars Foundation. We're one and the same organization, Western Golf Association, Evans Scholars Foundation. So we run championships for scholarships. This is, obviously our flagship event to raise awareness and raise funds for the Evans Scholars Foundation. So whether you buy a ticket or you volunteer or you buy merchandise, all those dollars at the end of the day will go back to charity. So that's great. Essentially, the Evans Scholars Foundation is a scholarship for caddies. You've had a caddy for a minimum of 2 years, have really good grades, and then financial need. And we're sending, approximately this fall, we're going to send 380 new awards, new recipients to college on full tuition and housing scholarships.
Wow.
So if any of your listeners out there have kids that are going to college right now, they know what a big deal that is to have free tuition and housing for the year. And in school right now, we've got almost 1,300 kids at one of 28 universities, including Mizzou, which we have a scholarship house, which we have about 42 kids at that house, enjoying the tuition-free scholarship.
You don't pick up the beer too, do you? You don't.
No, that's a side deal.
Doug, is that a deal breaker for you?
Well,
yeah, it's a life-changing. It really is a life-changing scholarship. I received a scholarship myself to attend Indiana University. I would have never gone to college, or at least a university like that, or any one of our 28 universities without the scholarship. So it really changed the trajectory of my life and a lot of kids throughout the country.
Putting a tournament together like this just seems like such a monumental logistics task. How long does it take to put it all together to where you're ready to go on opening day?
A long time. I would say 2 to 3 years, from the moment that we announce that we're coming to a site to prepare. What we like to do is to take a look at previous site plans, the 18 championship, our tournament when we were in 8, and look at the fan feedback, look at the player feedback. How did that work? How can we make it better? Honestly, working with a club like Bellerive and the great committee led by Ed Glotzbach, it takes everybody to put that plan together, but it takes a long time to get to work with the community to figure out where you're going to park and transportation, and then obviously on the golf course and all the hospitality that's already built out on the golf course. It takes a while to put together, and you need the club's help to sell it as well.
It is going to be an absolutely incredible event. You're going to see Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler will be here. You're going to see the likes of Rory McIlroy and the best players all here in St. Louis, August 20th through the 23rd. But as Vince noted, they're here earlier in the week for practice rounds. So if you have families and the kids want to see the players up close and personal, practice rounds always a great way to do that and to get the autographs. BMW Championship coming to St. Louis August 20th through the 23rd here at Bellerive Country Club. It is going to be an incredible event. Vince Pellegrino, our guest. Vince, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Yep.
And thank you for coming back to St. Louis.
Absolutely.
That's Vince Pellegrino with us here on The Morning After. We will take a commercial break, come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN.
It is the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Stiefel Studios on the road today at Bellerive Country Club. Talking it over here on the program with Vince Pellegrino in the previous segment. He is the senior vice president with the WGA of tournaments as they bring the BMW Championship here starting on August 20th, but really on the 18th. That is when the players will start to arrive here. Earlier this morning, there was a sudden death playoff because of a rain delay yesterday at the Travelers. Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland went out there, and I know some golf fans were thinking they might be able to settle in for a few holes, Doug.
Yeah.
And why? Let's take a look at it, and I'll show you what I see. You tell me what you see here. Victor Hovland, there's his first shot. Pretty good shot, about pin high, maybe about 17 feet to the left of the pin. And here comes Scotty Scheffler, and he sends that wedge to about 4.5 feet. So now Hovland has to make this putt because you're going to expect that Scheffler is going to birdie and then win the tournament. And it just catches the right edge of the hole and falls. So now Scheffler has to make his 4.5 footer to continue the playoff. And he blasts it past, and Victor Hovland is your champion. Okay. Hello again, everybody.
Did Scheffler not line up his putt, or he was just in a hurry, or because I putt that way usually?
It honestly looked like something I shouldn't say you guys, but it's something I would do. He just hit it so damn hard.
Very odd on the touch.
It went flying past the hole.
And it was, if you were watching last night, he had a much longer putt last night. It was 27 feet. And that green, players were missing it and then rolling it by a good amount. He missed it by 7 feet last night and had to make that to force the playoff, which he did. And today he had a 4.5 footer to continue the playoff and just, it lipped out, but it lipped out because it was hit super hard. The plan was for Scotty Scheffler to join here today via teleconference for the BMW Championship. He is the number one player in the FedEx Cup standings, so you can count on him being here in August.
And you can troll him and yell in his backswing, "What happened at the Travelers?"
Yeah, that's the
something
thing
new
that you should do. But with the playoff today, that isn't happening. Camilo Villegas, as you may have heard Vince Pellegrino say, is here today. Also playing today, the Wizard, on a home run by the Wizard.
Oh,
he will be here. Robert Thomas, friend of the program.
I think so. It never feels that way on the air. Then afterwards, the texts are always very cordial and said he had fun. And so
I think Cam's going to be here.
Nice.
I hear.
Is that right?
That's what
they let him here.
Oh,
I mean, no offense.
That was an anti-Eureka comment.
No offense to Cam, but does he golf?
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
He has an aggressive left-to-right ball flight.
Dude, bro.
Timmy, I don't know what I am doing. Why does it start out over here and then it goes here? Dude, I don't know.
I've never seen someone talk with their hands like Cam Jansen.
Stu Clytenic.
Yeah. Well, what did he do, Doug? He would reach to your
It looked like it was coming right into your home, like the old 3D movies they used to make with the pitchfork. They'd go and you'd think, I'm going to get stabbed. His hand had that same
Maybe
effect
that's a
on the local
consultant move.
sports.
You're inviting the audience in. You're reaching out to the camera.
Martin, why don't you try that?
Bringing them in. We're going to reach out to the camera. Probably because I'm running the prompter with one hand and I'm fumbling my notes in the other hand. Yeah, all right. Well, Bob Thomas, if you're on your way, you're like,
stop on by.
We're in the
Stop
back.
on by.
We're tucked in the back corner where no one can see us. I think by design.
Yeah, no question about it. The Wizard, Robert Thomas, Cam Jansen, Jim. I don't know if you guys, when I was talking to Jim Woodcock, he was mentioning a few other people. I can't recall, but either way, we're looking forward to enjoying the fun and games here. Earlier in the program, joined by Chris Kerber on the Blues Draft, John Mozeliak, now interim general manager of the Los Angeles Angels. And again, I thought what stood out there was upon reflection with Jordan Walker and seeing the success that he is having this year, perhaps, I guess, regret maybe expressed, and learning a lesson on what he said. We maybe rushed him a little bit. And so it is a lesson learned, if I am paraphrasing his words correctly. So you can go back and podcast that conversation coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, you have made an announcement here, and I guess it's because you want to be able to sign for all the patrons, not fans, patrons, that you were only going to play 9 holes today.
It feels about right.
Is this because of the temperatures?
Mid-90s.
Because of the rough?
Yeah, I don't need to stroke out on the back 9.
Are we auctioning off a chance to play with
Oh,
Doug? Is that-
wow.
No.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
We didn't clear that with.
It's
we
been
didn't
done
clear
before
that
on
with
this show.
Bellerive.
Yeah, it went well too.
You'll play Dougie Vaughn.
I mean, this course will wear you out on a good day, or me anyway. You know, if I were to play 18 holes here in 95 degrees, I would certainly not survive the
Yeah,
experience.
Crisp up.
Mhm.
What will you two, Tim and Jackson? What do you think you realistically would shoot?
If we
today?
were to play, and I'm talking about by the absolute letter of the law, stroke play, ball not in the hole until it is in the hole, I would set my over-under at 84.5.
My goal is to break 90. Do I expect that? I don't. But
Swing thoughts with Bob Rotella.
yeah, so I'd set mine at 93.5.
All right.
Will sweet Kai be in your ear the
Yeah,
whole
maybe
time?
he can carry
Little
your bag.
inside knowledge saying, watch out for the bunker.
Inside knowledge, outside knowledge, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You gotta stick the ball close and try to putt. And I imagine the greens are gonna be running like ping pong tables, and the rough is thick, and I don't feel great about my game, and it's 1,000 degrees outside. So yeah, all those combining factors make it gonna be tough to break 90, but I'm gonna try.
I figured if I played 18 and averaged a 6 on every hole, about a double bogey average, that's 108. That's probably the neighborhood where I would be.
Yeah.
But you are not playing 18.
Not if I can help
You're
it.
like the Cardinals. You're at the halfway point. We'll just double your score. You get 9 in.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. And then we double it.
They've
All
got
right.
43 wins after 81 games played. They're on pace for 86. So,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Doug Vaughn, we will take your 9-hole score. We're just going to go ahead and double it.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Seems fair.
We don't know who the fourth player is because you're not playing.
Have they? Oh, they paired you up with someone?
I assume so.
Okay.
I imagine.
Maybe Rich Gould.
No, they didn't call.
I hope it was Cam. I hope it's Cam. I've never played with
Oh,
Cam.
that'd be delightful.
Oh, it'd be awesome.
They should put Bob Thomas with you guys.
Or
Friend of the
Bob
show.
Thomas.
Basically a member of the
Yeah.
cast.
Yeah,
We
they got to be a former Blue if they're going to.
Let's give him some TMA swags that he wears it
Yeah,
in
and he
the
can wear it
old
in the room.
in the room.
Ooh, yeah. We already have that infiltrated with McGreevy and the T-shirt.
That's right.
And think about his several months here with the Blues where there was rumors that he was available or they could trade him. It led to, I think, a little bit of unhappiness between him and the front office. And then now over the weekend, I've heard members of Army staff saying, hey, this is about building around Robert and making sure we got the right pieces. And
Yeah.
if there was a thought that, hey, we were going to move him, even if it was just teams calling, whatever it was, now it seems like even more than ever, he is firmly cemented as their guy, quote unquote.
Mhm. Well, he's clearly a top line center.
Yeah.
If you were to move him, you don't really have someone else that would fit into that role, I wouldn't think.
But they
I think
didn't
he's
get
the
Connor
centerpiece.
McDavid over the weekend, so you're
They
furious.
didn't get him. They didn't get him. So, yes, I'm furious. But Thomas is like the centerpiece of the team, I think.
Yeah, it's happened very quickly, considering where things were.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell when he was on the show the morning after the trade deadline, he was not happy. That
No.
was crystal clear.
Yeah.
But yes, I would agree with that. That is the centerpiece, and I think it played a role in the McTavish deal. Because if you're sitting there going, okay, we're going to take all 4 first-rounders, by the time those guys get to the league, as crazy as it might sound, because we remember Robert Thomas is the young man in 2019, you're getting to what could wind up being toward the tail end of his career by the time those guys can impact things. So I think that's a part of why they went and got a 23-year-old with a few years in the league, even though one who fell out of favor in Anaheim.
It would have been really discouraging to say, oh, we had 4 first-round picks. Everybody, oh, yeah. Wait, so we're not going to be any good for 4 or 5 years. So you had to do something with the picks. And again, whether they overpaid or didn't I think the scouting is what's going to be supreme here. They identified when it was Holloway and Broberg, they identified a couple of guys they thought could come in and have an immediate impact. Hopefully the scouting. And again, one of the new coaches is, I believe it's Greg Cronin, as an assistant coach with Monty, was in Anaheim. So hopefully he's got some good intel for them as to why this guy is such a good fit.
Yeah. Better lather up with SPF in this heat, Papers. That's from Big Paz.
No need to tell me twice.
What, are you going to be going with
right
50?
here. I've got some right here.
Oh, nice.
It's only 30.
Okay.
Is that
all
enough?
right?
Well, it just means reapplying a lot more often, but that's fine.
I've got some in my pocket here that's 70.
Now we're talking. Is that like is that a ball? Oh, yeah. I'll be
That's
covered.
what you like, huh?
Love.
Okay.
Need.
You genuinely got excited
All
about
right.
something.
Yeah, I did.
This is
Sunblock.
Yeah.
84.5 equal meat and potatoes golf. What is 84.5?
that was your
equal meat?
guess on your
Oh.
score.
84.5. I think that probably is about what I should shoot. I don't know.
Yeah, probably playing from the middle
So that's
tees if I had to guess.
the whites.
Yeah, that's where we played last time we were out here.
With Stan the Caddy. We got
With
Stan the Caddy,
Oh,
Doug.
okay.
Do you have Stan the
We
Caddy?
got Stan the
Oh,
Caddy.
wow.
He called in saying that
Yeah.
he's going to be our caddy.
Yeah. I can't wait. And then hopefully Rich Gould, but you're saying
I would love for Rich to be out here today. Well, what time? Noon? Well, I'll get there when I get there.
With his sandals that have the golf
Yeah.
spikes on the bottom.
Sandals.
When
Of
do you think was the
golf.
last time he tucked his shirt in? That would be my question.
I actually had an idea that we should do the show by his pool, like sitting around like this.
That'd be awesome.
I didn't know if Hubbard would want to sign off on that.
Well, they
And
might question
what the value is to the audience.
Doty showing up at his house at 3:30 in the morning. I'm sure he'd be fired up.
We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in a matter of mere moments on this program. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com as we broadcast live from Bellerive for the BMW Championship. Martin has talked about what has happened at his home after working with Michael's Baths, a true transformation. Michael's Baths can do the same thing for you. It is amazing what they can do for a home. At Michael's Baths, they create bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. Go to michaelsbaths.com or you can call 636-775-0800. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, and A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. It's not a temporary fix or a quick cover-up, simple transformation, and a complete transformation built to last and built to add value to your home. When Martin and I got a chance to talk with the people at Michael's Baths, we said, what should we make sure we communicate to our audience? And the bottom line is this: top quality and saving you money. But they're saving you money not at the expense of the quality, and Martin can speak firsthand to that now that he has worked with Michael's Baths. michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800. Ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN.
Is this a new hit from Chairman Kurt? I haven't heard this one. Have you heard this one, James?
Is this Topless October?
It is. Nice. Well, Doug, we got to let this wash over.
It's time for Topless October.
Doug, how do you enjoy it?
Well, it's a banger. I think.
Put that off. This is the bridge, Doug. Do you like this bridge?
It's a nice
synthesizer, kind of like Eddie Van Halen and Jump working the synthesizer.
Yeah. And this is AI just creating this all.
Whoa! You got a guy that's in the corner named Chairman Kurt.
Well, he writes the lyrics, but he doesn't write the music.
I don't know. Chairman Kurt, I apologize on behalf of Doug for that text.
I don't listen to anything he says anyway.
Oh, isn't that fair? You write the lyrics, but not the music.
What'd you say?
Larry Nichols.
Yeah. He actually, and
Must have
Chairman
nailed
put
it.
out a good video of Jeff Suppan in the studio the other day, and it begins with Suppan spinning to his right. Chairman, you ready for this? Every comment began with a reference to Kurt.
How great was Suppan?
We become close. I don't know what you want, Martin.
I think my favorite story is when he told Chris Carpenter, "Don't do that again to me."
Yeah, how about that?
Because I thought nobody, even teammates, would kind of stand up to Carpenter, and Suppan's like, "Hey, I shake hands, everybody coming off the field." Like Carp blew him off one time, which now I feel vindicated.
Yeah.
We've all been there. And he said, "Just, hey man, I'm just trying to pump you up, or don't do that to me ever again." I love that story.
Yeah, that was great.
Super's great.
Segment. And Matthew Kachuk, for that matter. If you wanted to listen to that, you can podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, or you can always do it on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Before we go to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, Jackson, regarding After the Morning After, you have issued a statement many a time, but for those listeners just joining us, what would you like to say about today's edition of After the Morning After?
There will not be a live rendition of After the Morning After today, June the 29th. We will be doing a best of that will play on 105.7 HD2, available for your podcasting purposes following that program, just due to us being out here and the changeover that would have to take place, YouTube streams, this, that, and the other. I thought best move probably for everybody would be to do a best of. We'll be back tomorrow with Ken Strode in the studio, 105.7 HD2.
It's not because Strode has been banned from Bellerive.
No. This decision was made totally independent of Iggy.
Okay.
For or against, it had nothing to do with him.
You're really massaging your knees as you tell this story. Just so you know, if we were sitting in Las Vegas, I would just go, I call.
I'm telling you, it has nothing to do
So
with
I call. No, I'm
has
not saying
nothing to
anything.
do
I
with
just said I
Ken.
call. I just maybe I have something. Maybe I'm slow playing something.
No, I'm just
maybe I flopped a set.
I'm just
You
trying
don't know.
to warm these muscles up, man.
It is cold.
It's freezing. It's cold in here. It's nice. Feels great.
Course looks great. You guys go out. I was going to say.
So you're gonna ride it for a little bit? I thought you were gonna come out for a little
Oh,
bit.
now I got a lunch meeting. We got a press conference going in here. I just saw Jay Delsing. He had a box of golf balls. He's doing.
Is he?
He's doing a little presentation.
Still trying to get rid of those things?
The governor, Mike Keogh, is right through those doors.
I
over
assume
there.
he wants to come on.
He heard Ken was not here.
And he's out.
He's out,
He was
yeah.
more of an After the Morning After guy.
But I said, hey, buddy, if you don't mind, would you just sign this napkin? Just to make it out to Iggs.
For charity.
Yes.
Jackson CJ Cruiser is in the now Form Energy YouTube chat.
Sure.
And says he's going to take the over on both of us. I guess he likes your number, Doug, but he's taking the over on both me and Jackson.
All right.
Tournament length of the tees. I want to make this crystal clear to CJ Cruiser before we engage in a wager. I highly doubt they have the media playing the tips.
Yeah, right.
If so, Doug, I'll set the over-under on 4.5 to not be able to survive, live the at that point 6-hour round. I would imagine it would be.
Yeah,
I would imagine we will be playing. Jackson speculates the white tees, which would make it about 6,100 yards.
Yes, I would be shocked.
But with that knowledge, if you would like to wager, I will do it. because then it'll give me something to motivate. And I can't bet with Jackson because he doesn't have a gin and he's a criminal.
Right.
And I say that respectfully. I hope it comes off.
It does. It comes across that way. It comes across as endearing and loving.
But I will. But the problem is, and I understand if I'm betting, it's like, well, how do you know? I mean, it's like it could be an inside job. We'll bet $100. Jackson, you take 50. I'll take 50. We'll say I shot an 82. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Which I'm on board with. By the way.
That's how you do it. Give them a little. They give you a little back. Give you a little back.
Right. It's a long con.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And
Where's the music?
I hear it.
DesignAirService.com. Man, if you're running any air conditioning issues this week with this forecast, woo! Make sure you work with Seth Goldcamp at Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Hello, gentle persons. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say what we were all thinking. Papers, it's time. It's time for you to go to Seattle with all the other AOC layabouts.
No.
I don't know what that term is. If we can't get the phone lines to work on a regular basis, we might as well go live in a tent city. Tim, I don't want to blame you, but you've let this middling to pay run havoc on breaking for ads, and hell does he even know where the drops are.
Okay.
Also, has the skeleton turned into Swope's picks? I counted 8 different ones played this weekend. Doug, how many Swope's picks did you hear this weekend?
I didn't listen to any of it.
Believe it piped into the house.
4.
Upwards of 4.
Yeah, probably.
Is this current show so bad that we can't find one usable segment in the past 19 months? Stop acting like you don't have time because of Tim the Great. You get to play 4 hours of the same Strode sympathy fundraiser. Call yourself a man, grab your bootstraps, and pull them up past you, tushy. Doug, I love you. And remember, the bigger the fupa, the sweeter the chalupa.
Oh.
Yours truly, that's from Iggy's Crestfallen Accountant.
Iggy's Crestfallen Accountant.
Jackson, would you like to issue a response?
It's tough to respond to such tough accusations. I don't know how many Swope's picks played over the weekend. I imagine several. And then
have you updated the skeleton with anything from the TMA on 101 ESPN or after the morning after?
After the morning after, yes, I had those daily. Those play all the time. From TMA on 101 ESPN, the answer would be no. That is not.
Why do you hate Martin?
No, it's nothing about hating. It's that it's kind of the situation.
Well, that didn't explain it.
Didn't explain it.
You know what? I have to say, Martin's response is
It didn't explain it at all.
And now Jackson
design.
agrees with it.
No, I
By
agree.
design.
I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah,
And
I
the
don't know what to
skeleton,
say.
you get-
I don't
you-
know what to, okay.
You get bonus. You get bonus. On the
Yeah, I
skeleton.
make so much more extra money if I add segments, whatever.
Somebody had themselves a really big weekend to spend it all listening to that old show.
And then to text in
That's-
and complain
Right.
about
And he
how,
didn't like it.
right. And of course they pay so much to
Mhm.
listen to it.
You know, I was with my mom yesterday. And said I try to listen, but I can't always follow along. Are there a lot of inside jokes? And I'm like,
Only a couple.
what are you talking about? Ken, Iggs, Sweet Kai, Evil Cal. What are you talking about?
Evil Calvin. No need to buy scratcher tickets today because I feel like I already won the lottery getting to watch Tim today.
No.
But this, do you have
I
a
don't-
gong?
That
Tapping
won't
your-
do.
I'll just tap the mic.
Hit the glass.
But this email is about retribution.
There you go.
Thursday, June 25th, 2026. Doug Vaughn. And I quote, I forgot today. If I had, he might not have won. End quote. Well, revenge is a dish best served cold. And in this case, 96 hours cold. If you notice, Doug had a glow about him today, as though he had accomplished something last night. Well, guess what, pretty boy? I faked my no.
No, you can't. Who was it, Tim?
Let me see. Ty, like Ty Hill.
Yeah.
But then the last name, I've never seen this last name. I wonder what the ethnicity is.
Kevin Miller.
It's Taz.
Oh, probably Tasmanian.
I guess
Ty
so.
Taz.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Right.
Well, he's been suspended a period of 2 days' time. and
Who?
his name
Taz?
will be transferred into the appliance discounters suspension logule.
I bet as they hear this, Bellerive's got to just be delighted we're here.
I'm waiting for power to be shut down. Just to this room.
Localized power. Yeah.
Howdy. So St. Louis got polled as one of the least inviting cities in America. We could fix that by turning the old TMA studio above the sex shop into a tourist attraction.
Yeah.
Start with a bronze statue of Iggy leaning against the bricks outside, smoking a dart. We could make it interactive, too. Press a button and an Iggy recording berates visiting Steelers fans. Go back to the mines, losers. Another button makes smoke come out of Iggy's nostrils while he proclaims, Joan Jett, grab my ass. Joan Jett, grab my ass. A plaque on the landing would be a nice touch. This marker commemorates where got to be careful when we bring in Martin's two Fox co-workers, Martin. I probably will bail on that one. Take a stroll to the parking garage where the great Rich Gould threw a traffic cone into the Mississippi and angrily declared, you're not doing your job, pal. Top it all off with a back-breaking parade down Cobblestone First Street. We know Jackson won't be in attendance, but you could still have John Mazalak as the Grand Marshal. I mean, he's not really doing anything now. Interim General Manager Anaheim, that's like being the assistant to the assistant manager at Warenberg. Put him on a float designed to look like low-hanging fruit. He could entertain the crowd by shooting coffee through his nose without spilling a drop of Java on his bow tie. Myself and the rest of the Fats will have our lawn chairs set up 3 deep in front of the old spaghetti factory. Doug, that's from Bill Pullman's Independence Day speech.
Bill Pullman's Independence Day speech.
And finally, thoughts and prayers, please. Design Air is at my house right now, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get cucked. Toodles, that's from Bobby Greenbacks.
Bobby Greenbacks.
And Doug, you do rave about the appearance of the staff at Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Well, they're home with a handsome repairman led by the iconic Larry, the Silver Fox.
Iconic.
Led by.
Yeah, that's what Design Air is known for.
Yeah,
They're also known for
let's
fixing
see.
your air conditioner. And boy, they're going to have a busy week today. It's not just a coincidence that your air conditioner seems to go out when it's the hottest. It's because it's working the hardest. So maybe you'd have been smart, as we've been asking you to do, to call them and be on that maintenance plan where they come out and service your air conditioning equipment before the real nastiness hits. But if it's something goes wrong with you, your conditioner this week, today, tomorrow, whenever, Design Air will hustle up and get somebody out there to get you taken care of. Their experienced technicians provide a full range of HVAC services using the latest technologies to install, maintain, and repair air conditioning, furnaces, boilers. They specialize in improving indoor air quality with advanced air purifiers and regular air duct cleaning. And their HVAC services include HVAC installation, preventative maintenance, emergency service, comprehensive HVAC repair. They do it all at Design Air, and they've been doing it since 1904. Design Air brings the heat.
Jackson, they are not happy here
Yeah.
in this Air Comfort Service text inbox. No ATMA means less Jackson, and that's a win for society. That's from the 636. So this person seeks us out on YouTube or HD2, and then listens to hate you. How does that make you feel?
Guess it's part was it Doug? If everyone loves you, you're not really saying anything.
Probably, yeah, that's probably true.
Divisiveness is kind of part of the gig.
The Hunchback of On Castle, who has been critical of you pressing buttons to make YouTube apps fire.
That's right. Yeah.
Jackson choosing free golf over actual work. Shocking. It's the Hunchback of On Castle.
What the hell am I doing right now?
No, but all of you fellas are on this show. Why is my guy Papers being targeted here?
Well,
if there was a vote amongst the group, you guys could be doing that show. You get back to the studio.
That's right.
It was but I was the one who
You made
initiated
the
the idea of
Alcoa. You made the call.
Right. It was more so
logistics.
Yes, the transition from going from this show to that show is not hard by any means when we're there, but it's certainly involved. When we're in the studio, it would be incredibly involved to do it while on remote. So
How about this? What if Pele Blanco says Jackson is great?
Thanks,
that? There's the counter.
What if Ken were here? He'd be on that giant veranda out back, just shooting darts onto the patio.
Yeah, waiting for it to be called
Excuse me,
in.
sir. Excuse me, sir. What? Somebody will get it. Staff.
Somebody does want to bet us, Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, mates. Doug, you like that when somebody says sorry,
I
mates?
don't really care for it, no.
I love you all, but I am pushing all in on the over on Tim and Papers' score. That's George Clooney's doppelganger. He's flush with cash. Papers, you want to engage in a wager?
It's always safe to go over when someone says like what they're going to shoot. It's like, oh, over. It's like always that's like the convenient thing to say.
Right.
But, I don't know. I mean, I can imagine it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Your number is 93.5, you said?
93.5.
And what did I say? 83.5 or 84? 84.5. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I will engage in a bet. I don't know what the best way to fairly monitor it is, though. You know what I mean? If I'm on the other
You need
side.
a marker.
update it as we go. But even then, it's like, oh, you know what I mean?
Right,
I don't know how to do that.
They're probably best. You and I can have a little NAS or something going on.
Yeah. Let's see. I just finished a 48-hour stint with a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. I will be at Sasha's this evening to right the ship if anybody wants to join me. That's Chairman Steve in Wildwood, who's now in Des Moines, and he counsels Major League Baseball players out of getting married at Sasha's.
He just hangs out there at the bar region.
That's correct.
Waiting for major league pitchers who are engaged to be wed to show up.
I didn't realize
trickle in.
Yeah.
And there's 2 of them. I was down on
Was that right? Who else we
there's
got?
another Sasha, not 2 Steves.
Oh.
But there's a Sasha's
Shaw.
kind of near Grand.
Yeah, on Shaw. There's
I had
Sasha's
no
on Shaw,
idea.
Sasha's
Just driving
on
through a neighborhood, I'm like, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
They're not too far apart.
About
Ish.
15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
As the crow
Why don't we
flies.
go, Papers? They put it on our list.
I go to Sasha's. It's a good spot.
Well, I didn't say you. I said we.
Let's do it. You
We
say
gotta-
the word. We still gotta go to Village Bar too.
Yeah, I got to get that burger, Papers.
I'll
You
be
got
there
to.
looking for it. I sent Papers a picture the other day of my salad.
You got a salad at the Bellerive?
I did.
Close up and slightly
was
blurry
going on?
picture of a salad.
What was that about?
Oh, I just felt like I needed it, Tim. On occasion, I need something a little lighter. So usually I send Papers a picture of a cheeseburger, and he was bothered. Tim was a little too close up.
Yeah, boy, that is a
I
tight shot.
I zoomed in on that salad.
Yeah. A cheeseburger lunch is a touch heavy on a weekday.
What about today? Because Frank always says if you go to a country club for any kind of media event, there'll be a cheeseburger.
Oh, yeah.
And he says that it's never bad.
I love cheeseburgers, but gotta fuel for the rest of the day. Something a little lighter. But it's everyone, different strokes, different folks.
Yeah. What about breakfast?
I have had a cheeseburger breakfast.
You
before,
have?
and it's awesome.
You've had a cheeseburger for breakfast?
Yeah, like a Mizzou game early morning, like an 11 a.m. kick. You start tailgating about 7 a.m.
Oh, yeah, you got to lay a base.
You have an 8:30 cheeseburger.
I don't think I've ever done that.
Yeah. Well,
it doesn't sound horrible, but I just don't think.
I don't think you want it that badly. That's the difference.
No, I don't want it that bad.
You got to start to want it. We'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Earlier in the program, Chris Kerber on the Blues draft and the trades. Also, John Mozeliak was with us, I believe, first interview since he took the job as interim GM of the Angels. And you can podcast those conversations in addition to, as we're broadcasting from Bellerive here for the BMW Championship Media Day, we were joined in our Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour by Vince Pellegrino, the Senior Vice President of Tournaments at the Western Golf Association. That is the operation that is putting on the BMW Championship here in St. Louis at Bellerive, August 20th through the 23rd. It is going to be a hell of an event. That is why we are at Bellerive today, in addition to watch Jackson Burkett get his third hole-in-one.
Yeah, I'm on the quest for the third.
I think he's going to do it on 6, Doug.
That'd be sweet.
At about 192, pinned
Is
back
that what
right.
it is? 192.
192.
Yeah.
I don't know if
You're going to have to cut that.
I don't really have a
What are you going to
clue
hit?
for
Like
that.
an 8-iron? Cut that 8-iron.
Eight
in.
iron.
We'll
Maybe
have
Stan the Caddy will
Stan the Caddy.
But that's a factor in these
Yes.
because you guys have Stan the Caddy at
We
your
do have
disposal.
Stan.
Yeah.
That could alter your game.
That's big.
Having
Listen,
his knowledge.
I'm on board with it. I love Stan the Caddy.
There it is. It is TMA 101 ESPN.
ESPN.
It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers with you on the program. The Stiefel Studios today on the road at Bellerive Country Club for the BMW Championship Media Day. And Jackson is taking up to, I thought it was $50,000, but it's $500,000 in bets on the over-under of his score, which you have set at 93.5.
Mm-hmm.
So half $500,000 is out there for people to wager, and we're just doing this on the honor system.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So,
for $500,000, that's what you want.
Yeah, I think if you get to $1 million, I think you get to a point where you probably need to have somebody out there.
Right. But anything short of that, I mean, where it's child.
It's like when Sharon and Clayton texted in, and it was well received when she said it's impossible to find a nice home anyway for $1 million or less. It's those kinds of things that make this the meat and potatoes show that
That's
it is,
from the
as we broadcast from Bellerive.
the Anthony Rendon School of PR.
The Cardinals are off today. They are in Atlanta. And if I'm not mistaken, Martin, I think this is the last time these boys have the day off until they get the All-Star break. It is nonstop, I think, including next week when they have 5 games in 4 days against the Brewers.
Yeah, there's a certain date in August, is it? Did you say that? They have a day off in August. The next day off is in August.
Oh, no way. I was saying All-Star break.
Well, I'm sorry. Separate from the All-Star break. I think that's
Wow,
a stretch.
no way. Holy
I
crap.
heard this stated.
Because they had these makeup games scheduled.
Right.
One
Well, you
with
got
the Brewers and then one with the Diamondbacks.
You got a 5-game series with the Brewers next week.
Yeah.
5 games over 4 days. You're going Braves, Cubs, Brewers, Braves before the All-Star break. And I think there was some – I could probably look it up.
No, I'm looking at it. You're right.
It's a long stretch, other than the All-Star break, which is a nice break for sure.
And that goes deep into August too. They don't have a off day outside until August 6th.
Okay, that was the nugget I was looking for.
Well, they could get buried playing those teams, or they could prove that they are a legit contender.
You don't have to worry about it because Jugs in D.C. is guaranteed that it is free money at plus 340 for the Cardinals to make the playoffs. So we now know that they're going to make the playoffs.
They're going to do all right. Okay. Going to have to get the bats going.
Why do you say that?
Because they scored 3 runs over the weekend.
Yeah, but if they won 1-0 in each game, they sweep.
Yeah, but they didn't. They won one of them.
That's what you say.
And there
2-1.
was several times this season already where I would see Jordan Walker slide a little bit, and you'd say, "Oh boy, I hope this isn't," and then he would turn it around.
Yeah, that is true.
And he'd get things going again, and I'd say, "Oh boy, I hope this isn't the slide." Now his production is down right now. I really want him to be able to. I don't want a big drop off. I would love for this kid to have a nice, solid season instead of it just being a 2-3 month window. And maybe the numbers he was projected or on pace for were too high, too optimistic. But I would still love to see him hit 280, 290, 30 homers, even 30. I know Kurt had him hitting 80 homers, but I'd settle for low 30s.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that he's able to get back on track again.
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'.
Nice.
So much momentum for Walker.
Yeah, it was probably a little optimistic to think that he was going to hit 80.
I mean, that's easy to say now.
Right.
Yeah.
Seriously. You're Johnny come lately over
But
there.
30
At the time, it felt right.
35 would even be a huge season.
Oh,
massive.
Coming off what he's done in the past.
Your Cardinal OPS is in the month of June as things started in the month of June really well, but recently here with this slide. Alec Burleson is at 907. Lars Nootbaar is at 866. Jose Fermin is at 805. And that is it as far as players above 800 with an OPS in the month of June. Weatherholt, 773. Herrera, 765. Church, 754. And then Jordan Walker is at 748. So that is what it looks like in the month of June for the Cardinals. And Mason Wynn, who is bussin', but is at a 700. Jimmy Crooks came up hot, has certainly not been as of late.
We need somebody to kind of lead the charge. Just getting a little bit of a tear here.
And the last 7. How about that?
How about bring back up Pozo? Really ignite some energy into this club.
He likes Wrigley. That was
He
his
does,
spot.
exactly.
How about Sonny Gray last night? Flirt with a no-hitter.
Yeah, into the 8th inning.
He's 9-1, ERA of 2.69, having a fabulous season for the Red Sox. Cardinals are only paying what? Some of it, or $1 million, or what, I forget. But he's had a weird career where he just bounces around. He's almost always pretty good.
Yeah,
Like
he's
never a
better than what his
superstar.
reputation is, I think.
But it's amazing, from Oakland to the Yankees to the Reds to the Twins to the Cardinals to the Red Sox, somebody of that talent level. It does surprise me that he hasn't stayed put longer.
Yeah. He won, 14 games here last year on a bad team.
Yeah.
Also, fun facts for no and tell over the last 7 days, which have obviously been rough. I think probably the roughest stretch for the Cardinals this season. Certainly offensively, only 2 players with more than 10 at-bats have an OPS above 600. How about that?
Jeez.
And that's Fermin at 973 and Nootbaar at 978. Everybody is below 600. So it is an indication of a rough week for the Cardinals. And it was a week that when you looked at the schedule, you thought, okay, considering that you got the Braves, Cubs, Brewers back to the Braves before the All-Star break, you got to capitalize. And instead, it was a rough one. Very fortunate to get that one yesterday.
It started with that getaway game before they went to Kansas City. Remember that game?
Yep.
We were like, it's just something about it where they're not saying they're mailing it in, and then you go to KC, and it's a rough one. You come home to Arizona. Okay, let's go here. You won that first game, and then things dropped off. 4 in a row, lost 4 in a row at home. 3-7, but again, still just kind of hanging around that 4-over, 5-over mark, which they've done now for the last 2 months.
When you don't score a run as an old timer, you're supposed to say termites have infested the bat rack.
I like that.
That means you're not hitting.
Well, at least now we have an explanation.
Thanks, Doug.
I've said many times that Walker would hit a wall and not get 30. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Oh, gosh. Everyone's taking credit now for his slump.
Yeah.
He's got, 18 now? If he doesn't get to 30, that would be disappointing at
I
this
would
point.
agree. Yeah.
We'll let him slide on the 80 prediction of earlier.
And if he
in the
gets
year.
to 30, it would be a monster year for him.
Right. Especially this young.
Okay, prediction. Is he getting to 30?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll say yeah.
Yeah, I feel very good.
35 is where I'd start having to question it because I think he's probably getting over 35.
Hell, that would be almost having the same second half as he had first half.
And here I am saying it.
Wow, and pretty
Why
confident.
did you just do?
Despite the
that was
termites.
a verbal Sophie.
Yeah.
That was
a
kind of
verbal.
the finger.
I do like the
watching.
Sophie point a lot.
Oh yeah.
It's getting a lot of play on the old internet.
She did an interview and she gave the backstory on it. And the other player, Jackson, do you know the other player? Was it
Don't. It's
Devonna
her-
Bonner?
Her former teammate with the Phoenix Mercury.
I just kept saying, "Don't you point at me?" And she goes, like, "That's all I was going to do." Then at that point, I didn't have to say anything. I'm just going to keep pointing, and it drove her up the wall. And then she missed a free throw, and then she did the reverse point to her.
Yeah.
it was good entertainment.
Yeah, Dewana Bonner.
Yeah, how about that?
Yep. I also saw a report that Sophie Cunningham and Caitlin Clark make up 71% of jersey sales for the WNBA.
Is that right?
It's crazy.
And if they're not careful, they're going to drive Caitlin Clark right out of the league. The way they treat her.
It's a WNBA take.
Yeah.
Live from Bellerive. This is first of its kind.
Is this dangerous or hot?
Well,
Because she's
you've seen
pushing my
what they've
buttons,
done to her.
and I don't like her now.
Uh-oh.
And the next thing
Gary
I'm
Coleman.
going to do is leave. So,
Oh,
Gary, come back.
Gary, come back. No, you.
hey.
That's pretty definitive.
Yeah.
I mean, she wanted him to come back, Doug.
But
And
he
didn't
didn't.
even.
He wouldn't
He like
hear of it.
Francesa immediately. It was a hard no. Wouldn't even consider it. Wouldn't think about it.
Hello, bitch.
If Caitlin Clark continues to run into injuries from the treatment in the WNBA, maybe she should go to Healthcare Evolution.
Oh, yeah.
Sponsored the 7 o'clock hour. Caitlin, you got nagging injuries, have pain that won't go away, long wait to see your doctor. If you said yes to any of these, see the people at Healthcare Evolution. That's Logan Taylor and his team at healthcare-evolution.com. You're going to get real answers and same-day pain relief provided by Healthcare Evolution. So if you're sitting there going, man, I have had this injury and I thought I was going to get better and it's not, and I can't get in to see my primary care doctor for a month, and then I know I'm not going to get any answers until I see a specialist, check out healthcare-evolution.com. Jackson went there. It reinvigorated his hair. I went there. I found out my slap tear in my left shoulder is no longer a problem. Doug has gone there as well. A number of our listeners have. It's healthcare-evolution.com. healthcare-evolution.com. Free consultation over the phone or 70% off your in-person consultation with Healthcare Evolution, the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're broadcasting live from Bellerive Country Club today for the BMW Championship Media Day. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
drive a Toyota Camry. You trade lives in a second if you had 3 wishes. You throwing shade on Reddit, I'm throwing 87 pitches. You don't know what it's like, boy, you can't even imagine. I'm playing Grove 23, you on your couch playing Madden. I got a 4-seamer, you drive a 4-seater. We are not the same. What it's like, we're working once every 5 days. You don't know what it's like. Red hats with road rage. You don't know what it's like. We're waking up and being me. You don't know what it's like. Tee it up, Grove 23. You don't know what it's like. Waking up, feeling this alive. You don't know what it's like.
I got you like this one.
Well, it's nice.
Is this Chairman Kurt? Is this your work?
It is.
It's a McGreevy
Yeah.
He pitched fine the other day, man.
Did it?
Pitched well.
Deserved a better fate, Doug.
Is it Max Meyer or Mayer? The Marlins pitcher.
I left my crowdsourcing.
I'm just going with Meyer.
It's one of the other.
He's having an outstanding season.
Yeah.
He continued that on Friday. He's tough to deal with.
Marlins are quietly good-ish.
Yeah, quietly.
Seriously? The World Cup's taking place, and we're talking WNBA? Only thing worse, golf. That's in the 636.
Gosh.
Only thing worse.
There was a knock on the door. We're at Bellerive and getting ready for the BMW Championship. We're getting you ready at home. That's what we're doing. But during the break, there was a at the door. The membership has asked you refrain from this WNBA talk, so we will adhere.
Okay.
And the texter who wants a World Cup breakdown, and Doug, you might have heard it, but Jackson has released a 5-star play on Morocco and the Netherlands to go into extra time today, and that's paying plus 200, and I've already allocated dollars to Jackson's play.
Yep. Netherlands and Morocco.
Couldn't you have just pulled any 2 teams and say it'll go into extra time?
I don't think that'll happen with the Brazil-Japan game nor the Germany-Paraguay game.
And why this one?
I just have that both teams are good. I think they're going to need more than 90 minutes to decide a winner.
And these other games aren't featuring both teams that are good?
They're good, but I think Germany and Brazil are in a different class than their opponents.
Okay.
But I think Netherlands and Morocco are ripe to go that.
So you think they're evenly matched?
Very much so.
Okay. And it's because you've studied the Moroccan club for quite some time?
Maybe not studied would be the word I would use.
Yeah.
But I've watched them play, and I think they're
Have you?
good. I mean, they got 7 points in the group stage. Something to sneeze at.
No. Okay. So you'd bet a lot of money on that.
Well, I'm
little
allocating some
something.
money. Did you watch the Canada-South Africa
I
game
did
yesterday?
not,
It
no.
was great.
Nice show prep.
It was great. Canada scored in stoppage time.
What a moment in Canada.
Yeah.
They've never been to the round of 16.
Never been to the round of 16. Their game completely transformed when they put Alphonso Davies in, their star boy from
this guy. Who
Bayern
are you?
Munich.
Do you like
Did
the
you know
fact?
they put him in like the 70th minute, and they immediately started getting great scoring opportunities.
Do you notice Estacio plays in LA and then
Right.
gets that big goal in
Huge.
LA?
Yeah, that was really fun.
If you want to get an idea of where things are from an odds maker standpoint for the United States and Bosnia, I have that number. Papers, what would you guess the money line is for the U.S. and Bosnia Wednesday at 7 p.m. on the 2 Fox?
Is this for USA to advance to the next round?
Let's see. Includes extra time, penalties
Okay.
if required.
Yeah, so advanced next round. I bet they are minus 350.
Martin, would you like to fire a puck on the net?
Oh, I'm bad at this percentage here. Minus 350. So if I was to say they're more likely, they'd be minus 450,
That's
minus
correct.
500.
That's correct. That's correct.
I'll say higher than 350, like minus 450.
Okay.
Doug
I'll
Bowen
say
goes-
minus 349.
Oh,
The
Is that
United
a-
States is minus 750.
Wow.
Minus 750. And I know, people might sit there and say that makes it, I mean,
You think the expectation is now they'll win, right?
I think that's it. But I think, it's a different ball game when you get into these things, and penalties very likely to decide some of these.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And at that point, flip a coin.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, for a team like if you're heavily favored, the last thing you want to do is go to a PK shootout. You want that to be decided either in regulation or in extra time. You don't want to be going to PKs. when you are the top dog.
You got to feel good that Pulisic played the last game, and actually he looked pretty effective. This is a small sample size, of course.
You don't want to be going in with your best player not playing for 3 weeks.
Right, and if you're going to do anything or advance, he's going to have to be a part of it. It's the fact
question.
that you saw him. I get the idea going into that game, hey, it means nothing, don't play him. I always thought it made sense. Get him out there, see what what level he's at.
Absolutely.
So hopefully he's even better by Wednesday night.
Argentina is minus 2,000 in their match, Doug. So if you want to bet $2,000, you'll win 100 if they are able to get past what some call Cape Verde, others call Cape Verde. Either way, the ultimate David versus Goliath for the Disney film that'll come out in 2042 when the Cape Verde team shocks Lionel Messi in Argentina and wins to advance. By the way, Cape Verde is plus 1160 if you like their chances. After their first game, I put $1 on them to win the World Cup, which would then pay me $2,501.
Pretty sweet.
Really? Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Okay. So the Tam Avenue Capital Partners just like our chances.
I like it, Tim, a lot.
That documentary could be another remake of Cape Fear. Fear Capo Verde, Doug.
But they're doing the Cape
So it'll be
Fear
part
TV
4.
series. Yeah, the
Cape
fourth
Fear.
one.
I read where 15 of their players came from other countries.
I think you're thinking of Curacao.
No, I read that's Cape Verde, whatever we're calling it, that most of their players actually grew up in other countries.
That happens with the U.S.
But they have a
team as well.
connection. They have a
That happens
connection.
with the United States?
Yeah, the U.S. has guys who weren't born in America, didn't grow up in America.
How many?
I don't know the exact number.
I bet not many.
It's some. It's just that's how the FIFA allows for such things.
Yeah.
For the record, Cape Verde has the exact same chances of winning the World Cup as the United States opponent on Wednesday. Bosnia and Herzegovina both are plus 250,000 to win the World Cup. The United States is plus 3,300, just behind Colombia at plus 3,000. The favorite, France, plus 330. Argentina, plus 410.
U.S. men's national team has 7 of the 26 players born outside of the U.S.
We can't even field an entire soccer team.
Martin, here we go.
Gotta be kidding me.
Here we go.
They're Americans. They just happen to be born outside the U.S. Either became naturalized citizens or their parents were just in a different country when they were born. Like some of these guys are
Army brats?
No, their parents played internationally in soccer, and so they're born in, like Gio Reyna was born in Sunderland, England, when his father was over there.
Okay. I'll give him that one.
You'll allow that?
Yeah. Get a pass on that one.
Thanks for the white hot insight papers. Quote, you don't want your best player to not have played the last 3 games, end quote. You serious? Try putting a new skeleton together. That's in the Worst Woods Whack.
Oh, come on.
What was wrong with that?
Read this dumbass text.
Thank you, Chairman. That was a dumbass text. Yeah, you don't want Pulisic to not be in form and not have played for 3.5 weeks.
Guys, I'm circling back to this after the morning after debacle today.
What debacle?
Debacle.
It's officially a debacle. But the show's a debacle. So the fact that it's not on cannot be a debacle.
There you go.
Jackson is trying to silence Ken, and I will not stand for it. But I will stand with Mr. Martin. We all will. Can someone turn on that fountain? I like a little white noise whilst spanking it down.
What?
Wow.
That
What?
and free perk. That's from Brian Henson, and he is with the Colts right now, sending that in.
I know you like water sports.
That's a callback.
Nasty text.
That's a
for Bellerive.
callback when we did the show outside Hubbard, and we had a little water fountain going in the background, and people were saying it was an homage to the AM days of heavy static.
Hey, Warson Woods Wacko, lay off Jackson. By the way, now that Spirit Airlines is bankrupt, how are you getting around? That's from the overbearing sports dad who decided he wanted a piece of the Warson Woods Wacko this morning, and here we go.
Spirit Airlines bankrupt? News to me.
Yeah.
Swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
No, we don't need the sound effect.
But you like it.
I do like it.
Soccer sharp? More like soccer dork. Where's his darling pick South Korea that he's been blabbing about for a month? That is from Dino Bravo.
The president is now asking for a probe
Did you
on
see
that.
that? They're doing a full countrywide investigation into why they didn't do better. If you're on the team, look out.
Yeah, right.
And then Uruguay canceled the private flight back for its team
It
and
made
made
them
him fly
fly
commercial.
short.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. To earn it. You have to earn it if you want to come
Stupid
back.
is that?
Yeah.
They
Doesn't make
showed
much
them.
sense.
That would kind of suck. All right, we're on the target. Nope. There goes the plane. Nope.
Yoo-hoo. Doug, do you like when the text
No,
starts?
I don't care
kinda
for
do.
it. I don't care for it.
NBA news guy. Jackson, is there NBA news that this guy?
Draymond is not opting into his player option, which then would give the Warriors flexibility to go out and try to get LeBron and Anthony Davis. That's the newest.
Is that the
news
Yoo-hoo alert?
I guess so.
From Shams.
Fluffernutters fan
Cryo,
page
cryo.
moderator says the best part of Warson Woods is that you have to turn into a strip mall to get into your neighborhood. That's from the Fluffernutters fan page moderator, and now they're coming after the
Well,
Warson Woods Wacko.
I like a strip mall. I just want that out there.
Warson Woods Wacko has responded to the overbearing sports dad. Sports dad, same way I've always, quote, gotten around. I bet you were worried about the work requirement to receive welfare benefits. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. God bless, Doug.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was just going to be a delightful day. You got the Blues coming off the draft weekend and the trades. The Cardinals get themselves a win. You got the United States playing on Wednesday night. It's summer in St. Louis, and instead we're turning on each other. We can't do that now. Not now.
And Yoo-hoo, the big story we missed was Draymond Green's contract status.
I'm so excited for Wednesday night's game.
Where are you finna watch?
One of my friends is throwing this kind of
Sweet Sweet Kai?
little party, not Sweet Sweet Kai. Throwing a little party, little outdoor watch party thing. That'll be pretty fun. But it's just going to be Wednesday night. It's perfect. It's going to be great.
Because you can start to mail in the rest of the week.
No, no mailing in.
Well,
we are off on Friday.
But why is why is Wednesday night the perfect night?
Well, it's just a night.
Friday would be a perfect night for a big game.
In my lifetime, when
Okay.
watching a World Cup game, a big World Cup game, it's usually at weird times, either like noon,
that I'll give
like,
you.
yeah,
Okay.
like some weird time like that, or really late at night. This is 7:00 in the U.S. It's in Santa Clara, right, Martin? At Levi Stadium.
That is correct.
Even though it's not Levi
don't
Stadium.
call it Levi
Yeah,
Stadium.
right? Bay Area Stadium, or what they're calling it. So yeah, I think that's what makes it perfect.
Okay, but I'm going to send out an early alert that Thursday show. Papers might have the car running.
No, what do you mean?
Oh, you going to Lake?
No.
I've done it, obviously. People could say I didn't, but I have.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nevin took the words right out of my mouth.
American fraudster.
No, Thursday is a grind day. You got to grind.
You gotta
Anytime you
grind
take a
through it.
day off on radio,
And this show
you
is
gotta
off
grind.
Friday.
Right.
Okay.
Hence the grind.
Now the station's working, but we're off. on
No,
Friday.
no. These narratives get made quickly, so you gotta jump on top of it like it's a live grenade. The whole company is off on Friday.
All right. Well, Bobby Big Wheels says since after the morning after keeps coming up, I take it Friday there will be a makeup show.
No, see, that's what the best of is the makeup show.
There is a show today that has
Yes.
been produced.
Yes, it's not like you're not getting after the morning after. You're just getting stuff you might have already heard.
And even if it's
Work,
great, I assume tomorrow we'll find out that it was terrible.
Oh, 1,000%. I will get roasted for this, but it's part of the gig.
Where I was at an event. It was one of the kids at a baseball team swim party. One of the dads listens to TMA, and he was talking about the show. And then my wife said, "Oh, Jackson, he is the best part of the show." And I said, "Excuse me?"
Yeah.
I'm sitting right here. I'm sitting, and she said, "Oh, by far, Jackson's the best part of the show."
How
I'm
about
like,
that?
That makes me feel good.
Yeah.
Kim Kilcoyne.
Yeah.
I said, "Well, I mean, by what standard?" So then I couldn't let it go.
Sure. Right. On the
Needed
ride
more-
home.
needed- Have you seen the skeleton? I mean,
Yeah, he fired a shot at the
what about
skeleton.
parking lot shows when he doesn't really care?
I'm a huge Kim Kilcoyne.
Carlos Spicy Wiener is joining with the Warson Woods Wacko going after the overbearing sports dad. Doesn't the overbearing sports dad waste all of his money on gas for weekend trips to tournaments for his kids' mid-level club teams that keep the business cashing in on parental delusion? That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, and now he's going after the overbearing sports dad.
Right.
And Doug, now it's just an all-out brawl. Here comes Shovel Day.
Okay, there is some of that on those trips, but for the most part, they're just fun. I don't think every dad who takes their kid on a out-of-town sports trips thinking he's going to wind up in the Major League Baseball or in the NHL. They're just fun.
And better than the kid sitting on his iPad
Right.
or a headset
Mhm.
playing video games.
Good opportunity to hang out with other dads too.
Well, I didn't even think of that.
Well, but I mean, you know.
A lot of a lot of coolers in the lobby,
Right.
Sitting around.
Right. A lot of downtime.
Martin, you want to tell us about Auto Loan Pro? I apologize.
Oh, I would no.
We interrupt
I
this
hate to interrupt.
homoerotic
this.
interlude.
To interrupt this. AutoLoanPro.com, the website you should head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle and you're just not sure what you can get approved for. Maybe there's a hiccup or some sort of situation or circumstance. This is what they do. They help folks get that car with little to no money down, also best rate possible. And they're able to do that despite the circumstances because they're working with over 50 different lenders. So they can shop it around to make sure you get the best deal possible. AutoLoanPro.com. On that site, you'll also see selection of vehicles where you can make that choice. Just know you're going to get the best financing available to you. And on that site also is the free playbook, a place where you can download the playbook and then understand better how the credit industry works and get the car of your choice in the future. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Financing a car gets a little complicated. All you need to know is to choose the pro. Friend of Robert Thomas as well. He's on those commercials on the website with Jim Olive. So check it out online, AutoLoanPro.com.
Wow. A show that's been on for 2 months. It's only on 4 days a week for an hour. Needs a best of already. Mail it in, Jackson.
Gosh.
That's from Matt Holliday's ear moth. He's not happy. Now, overbearing sports dad. He's going after both Orson Woods Wacko and Carlos Spicy Wiener. So cute. So much cope from lacrosse parents. Get cut from football. Get cut from hockey. Hey, let's play lacrosse. That's the overbearing sports dad who I
Gosh.
guess is now going after lacrosse in response to the Orson Woods Wacko.
Both those sports play in different all those sports. Football plays in the fall, hockey in the winter, lacrosse in the spring. So
Is that the deal?
Bunch of idiots out here.
You get cut from football and you play lacrosse?
Not everybody. Carlos Spicy Wiener's a big lacrosse guy.
yeah, I got cut from baseball and then played golf.
Never.
Yeah, golf tryouts were rained out. So baseball tryouts were inside. So once I got cut from baseball, I tried out for golf the next week.
What position did you try out for?
In baseball?
Yeah.
Wherever.
Just an athlete.
Well, fielding wasn't the issue. I can't
Son,
hit.
what position do you see yourself playing? Oh, anywhere.
I can't hit.
Just in tryouts, you couldn't hit?
No,
Guy
not
throwing
away.
batting practice pitches to you?
Well,
you
no, I
couldn't
could
hit it?
there, but yeah, they could tell I couldn't hit.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
Well, you played Little League, right?
Yeah, I stopped in the 6th grade, then came back to it, tried in high school.
Oh, well, that would have been tough.
Right.
So
I got
can you
cut.
pitch? No.
No.
Can you hit? No.
No.
All right, you're cut.
Yeah.
That was it?
It was fun. Then I played
Didn't
golf.
even pick up a bat.
Fell in love with
You're-
the game of golf. So in a way.
And you have a lifelong sport.
Right. Yeah. Sliding doors.
Gwyneth Paltrow film 98. One version of the film where she gets on the train, the other one where she doesn't, and how life changes just based on those sliding doors. That's what Jackson was referencing. Am I correct? And that's good or bad?
No, sliding doors is good.
Okay. There you go, Martin.
That was it.
Now it all makes sense.
Yeah.
Kind of a hot
It's
time
about
for Gwyneth
four.
Paltrow at that time.
Doug, was that a hot time?
I don't know how hot a time.
Is it that
Shakespeare in
same-
Love.
Coming
so
on the heels of 7.
Yeah. Talented Mr. Ripley would have been right around that time. So it's a good time for Gwyneth Paltrow. It's a great time for us.
For us?
Jackson, Victor Scott can't hit, and he made it. That's from G-Man. He's in the Form Energy YouTube
no.
chat.
Friend of the
Seems
show.
unfair.
But you couldn't run either, right?
No, slower than I look.
How
I've
about
said that before.
defensively? Anything?
Defensively?
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
slick fielder.
Oh, really?
Infielder. Yeah.
You like a Mike Ramsey type, Doug, you think?
Yeah. That's what a lot of coaches are looking for is slow shortstops who can't hit.
Right.
But that's what I was.
Well, usually if you're a good shortstop, they might have a spot for you, even if you don't hit much.
Orson Woods Wacko sounds like he's going to meet up with Mr. Licks for a balance sheet showdown, and now the overbearing sports dad for an athletic competition.
Oh.
Anytime you'd like to compare athletic resumes, sports dad, we can. And my dad didn't drive me everywhere to play. That's from the Orson Woods
Oh.
Wacko.
Gosh.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, Shakespeare in Love and Sliding Doors in the same year.
We're changing topic.
Okay, hold on.
Then Talented Miss Ripley the next
Are you
year.
going
And
to
then,
LA?
then Martin, just 2 years after Talented Miss Ripley, Royal Tenenbaums for Gwyneth Paltrow.
That's right.
Good
She was
time.
the
Okay.
adopted
Yeah.
daughter. Gene Hackman would always say, there's my son, and there's my other son, and then there's my adopted daughter, Margot.
Yes, Margot.
Martin is headed out. We are sticking around to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And then Jackson is going low and is betting $500,000 with the listeners that he will shoot lower than 93.5. That is coming up here at the BMW Championship Media Day at Bellerive, where the Stiefel Studios are on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Now it's 8 a.m. and I've got all day. Checking with the boys. TMA. Now I'm on the air again. 5 days in a row. Haven't felt this alive since my days in the show. Got my old jersey framed on the wall. Hope the chairman answers when he sees me call. Line 3, you're on. Feel my temperature rise. Nothing like catching up with the guys again. I'm ready, I'm waiting. Tim, call me in. I feel like I'm 30 years old again. Although I've hung on my cleats, baby, my heart's still on that mound. I'm not soup, I'm just dead now. No best friends, no Navy caps around. Oh, call the radio show just to hear my name. Act like I'm okay, but it's just not the
Kind of a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
Makes your blood.
Tell me, what do I do now? What do I do now? The soup's gone.
Is that Nick Carter there?
I don't know who it is.
Joey Fatone?
I don't know who it is.
TMA 101 ESPN, Soup's Gone Cold. What a segment with Jeff Soup on. 3 segments, if I'm not mistaken, Papers.
3 segments. That's
on
right.
Friday. If you didn't listen to that, that's kind of one of those things when you hear about a great podcast interview and you can go back and either, of course, podcast it here with the Schaefer Door Company podcast or watch it on YouTube. But Jeff Suppan was in studio, and I saw that he, Scott Spezio, and Chris Carpenter did a post-game, along with J.J. Weatherholt, a post-game session with fans following the Saturday night game. I believe it was a Saturday night game. For the, I gather it was the Christian Day at the Ballpark or Fellowship of Christian Athletes event following the Cardinal game on Saturday. So Chris Carpenter, Scott Spezio, and our guest on Friday, Jeff Suppan, throwing out the first pitch and then doing a Q&A with fans following the game, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Cardinal World Championship. We're broadcasting live from Bellerive for BMW Championship Media Day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Martin left for onboarding. Chairman Kurt is back at the world headquarters. And I don't want to jinx it because it is kind of like the 8th inning, 9th inning with 2 outs. But Jackson, this remote has been...
Yeah, I mean, it's gone very...
Tip of the cap to Doty and Jim Hewer.
Doty and Jim Hewer get all...
And Chairman Kurt.
Boy, they got a lot of wires over there. Look at all those wires and levers and pulleys.
Between Jim Hewer, Doty, and Chairman Kurt, those guys get all the credit on that. 100%. They've done an outstanding job. And yeah, this broadcast has gone real well. We're also benefited from being inside here, both with the heat and not hearing extraneous noises outside. It's been very, very calm, very serene in this room. So, no, huge credit to all those guys. And I appreciate them. They make my life easier, which is a real blessing. I'm getting sentimental.
I am a bad boy, and I'm testing
How about
things.
that? There's the testing process this morning. It's
So you have to
6:45.
test the mics. You
Right,
have to
you
do
got
that.
to. At least, brief run through.
I would think so. Sure.
Jackson, do you have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Who?
Today's winner, Doug?
Who?
Iggy's crestfallen.
Congratulations to him.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Hey, go to VIP Auto Accessories. That's VIPAutoAccessories.com. They're going to take care of everything. That's where I got my windows tinted. They certainly do that, but they do so many other things. If it can be done to a vehicle, VIP Auto Accessories can absolutely do it. They're a one-stop shop. In business in St. Louis since 1979. That's 47 years. I've gotten to know Tommy Cibulka here over the years. He's been an advertiser with TMA, and I've also gotten to know Brian Grigg. Their commercial side is really big right now. If you are in the market for taking care of your fleet of cars for your business or for your individual personal vehicle, check out VIPAutoAccessories.com. VIP Auto Accessories makes single-source automotive solutions for your business a reality. This includes the upfits, graphics, and ongoing maintenance. Everything is done in-house. VIP does not sub out. VIP's graphics will help your business get recognized and turn your business into a brand. 4 departments under one roof. In addition to the commercial upfits, you have graphic solutions, hail repair and touch-up, and aftermarket. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Cibulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell him that TMA sent you to VIPAutoaccessories.com. That's VIPAutoaccessories.com. And if you're having trouble with your sleep, in addition to wanting to see a great dentist, Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental now is helping people who are dealing with sleep apnea. He treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, and that's an alternative to a CPAP. So no mask, no machine for the right candidates. If you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked, because bad sleep catches up with you. You're not performing at 100% if you're not sleeping right at work, in the gym, anywhere. And yeah, it's still the best place for veneers, implants, full smile rehab, the bigger dental work. Visit 100 West Dental.com and go see Dr. Brandon Pryor. That's 100 westdental.com. Jackson Burkett, anything else to say to the audience from Bellerive before you go out there and you take $500,000 from what? Only two different listeners. I guess you got two $250,000 bets here, and you're going to go under 93.5.
Yes, that is the plan today. And no, I got nothing else to say, but I hope everyone has a wonderful day. And stay cool. Stay cool.
You're going to owe these fellas $500,000 if you don't show
I think it's his trust.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
you'll never see the transaction or feel it, no doubt.
No, sir. Definitely not on the ladder.
Hello,
And then
Ledoux.
if I see it, it would just be the sign off on it. Because again, it's not technically my money at the moment, but it will be. So you might as well treat me like it is my money already.
Okay. You ran into a few people like that, did you?
Yeah, just some people like to talk sideways a little bit, and they should know. They should know who I'm about, what I'm about.
All right.
So just Venmo you the $500,000?
Probably gonna be a wire transfer on that one.
So that's how it's going to go down.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Gift cards.
It is indeed.
500. Yeah. $1,000 gift cards.
Martin just sent a picture. Ow! Martin got a picture with Stan the caddy.
Oh, he did.
He just sent a picture, and I'm like, who's he got a picture there with? There he is.
Yep,
Stan. Stan's ready for us, Doug.
Yeah.
We'll head out there and we'll keep you abreast. I'm open to a wager, but I realize it's a unique spot, because how do you keep the score? I don't know.
Right.
But Jackson is betting $500,000 just on the honor system. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Thank you to the great Jim Hewer, Doty.
Thank you, guys.
Chairman Kurt, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Jackson Burkett. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.